we're in a position we have to be objective. And we get, understand her point that she's making there. She feels that she has reason to practice her First Amendment right.
Let's go!
And that's certainly an argument that's been made by protesters, is that if they're out peaceably protesting, they should be permitted to continue that.
Disrespectful.
You guys should have to buy your
Jenny Durkin doesn't even care about you. And is this the B Squad? Why are you so short?
I'm a police abolitionist, and I care about your safety more than Jenny Durkin does. You want to know?
Totally perfect for the range too, because I hate pulling it off and being like, what?
Yeah. So people can speak to you. You can play music too. They have headphone jacks.
Nice.
Yeah.
How much did that run you?
Oh, this was like 100 something. Yeah.
With
Not
the
even
microphone and everything.
Yeah, not bad at all, right?
Wow.
Yeah, which I was like, fuck, I gotta get it.
I know. That's right.
But just when you're talking, I was like,
I'll take this fight to him. It was you. You got him.
All right.
That's what they kept saying. Smart as you. Go get a drink.
I'll take your word. I'll take your word for it. How you?
It looks like they're trying to get the march going. What's that?
I said once it's recorded, they're obviously talking about committing crimes.
Oh. So they're trying to figure out what to do next. Some kind of taking to the street, others saying, no, we have a plan, we have a plan.
Y'all gotta watch out. Y'all gotta look out for him.
I mean, there is nothing right now that seems of burdens.
I get that this sucks. Let's bring some leaders out here. Bring some leaders out here and resolve this, please. Meet with Black and Indigenous leaders. Make some concessions. Give people some funding that they need. Give some organizations some funding that they need. We have incredible social services here in Seattle. We have people that really care.
I endorse this guy's message.
Really fucking care. I'm sure many of you went into the department wanting to help people. Moral injury is a huge problem in our society right now because first responders are underpaid, way overworked, very often traumatized. And and they don't have access to the mental health services that they need. That's people that work in hospitals, that's people that work in prisons, that's people that work in healthcare, that's people that work in shelters. First responders, the people that respond to the mental health emergencies, the people that respond to the overdoses.
Which is also illegal. You can't protest them. So literally, put that corner in, and you'll see us. Put that in your GPS. What's the end game? Anybody want to post the demands for me? Post our demands. If you'd like to go look for our demands, the demands are on my page. Clydesdale, New York, never heard of it.
What is up, everybody? Ninja's here. So I got some very bad news, guys. I lost my dad pen
For a while, and then I busted it out in school laughing one time. So then they put another one, and then when I turned 19, they put like a permanent one in, and I had it in forever. But I have a gap in between my teeth, so like, and I always chew on shit, so I always put shit in between like my teeth and shit, and it just loosened it and popped it out of my mouth. It popped it out, and like I was able to hold it in for a while, but it kept getting looser and looser. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'm not gonna wear it anymore." It just kept falling out when I was talking to people. So I was like, "Fuck it." And it's like out when you're talking to people. Yeah, and it's like $1,600. It's like $1,600 to get a new one, and OHP won't cover it. Like, so I'm like, "Fuck it." So I'm just gotta wait. What do you have to say about yourself, Adam?
Yeah. You're not any better with messing it.
I try.
Oh, they're going around the backside.
And those are not the type of people that we should be following or listening to. These are the type of people that we should be educating. And as tough as it would be, I encourage anybody who works in education to go move to a red state and, man, just try to survive and teach these kiddos. Or just a dramatic overhaul of our public education system. And the Federal Secretary of Education, man, that woman needs to go. Go, 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 go. Because we teach a very white history, right? I shared a post recently. It's all about how to decolonize the history books, particularly around slavery. And gosh, it really puts things into perspective for you. Instead of saying, oh, a slave owner, call them human traffickers. Instead of calling them, you know, plantations, call them death camps, torture camps, right? And be really, really intentional about our language, because we kind of look at slavery through these rose-colored glasses, and we use this lofty language to describe these severe human rights abuses. And that's the world that we grow up in. We say, okay, well, slavery was kind of bad, but then, you know, Abraham Lincoln got rid of slavery, and now Martin Luther King came, and now we can all eat together, and slavery's done, and everyone's equal. It's like the most simplified, gaslighty crock of shit I've ever heard of, and we still teach it to this day. And it's wild. It's wild that people don't aggressively...
They're gonna go look for...
Look for who?
Hello.
Hey, S.
Hello.
What's...
Ooh, look at that, 420. 420, boop.
He's in between the police line and the front line right now.
Streams. Share something radical on your page tonight. Share an article. There's a protest lawsuit that I shared. There's a Cairo, Como, and Q13. I mean, fuck Sinclair Media, excuse my language. But share something BLM related. We got to keep the spirit alive. That's an easy action item. Just share it on your wall. If you really align yourself with the movement, we need continued sustained opposition to police brutality. This isn't going away anytime soon. And the quicker we get everybody up to speed and on board, the quicker we can go the fuck home. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you guys for tuning in. I gotta do my peace. Oh my gosh, I gotta fix my hair first. Oh my god. Okay, my peace, love, and then solidarity. And hope you guys have a good night. Bye. That's all I'll say about that. I don't know. I'm sure more stuff will go on tonight, but I might end the stream here, maybe. I don't know. Let me see what's going on over here first.
Thank you. I'm out here for awareness. Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Appreciate you being out here. I screamed to a bunch of people. Are you interested in talking to the camera roll?
About what?
Whatever the fuck.
Not right now. I'm a little angry.
Yep.
I don't want to yell at people.
It's all good. You can yell. I don't want to tone police. You know, but I know people want to hear from a person of color, not me. And I've been sat their ear off this whole time. So let me know if you ever got something to say.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah. I'm Joey, by the way.
What's your name?
Joey.
Joey, I'm Nate.
Hi, Nate.
Actually, you know what?
I see John says that Joey is racist. I'll say this. I think all white people are racist, myself included.
Hey, you in the street too, bro.
Because we grow up in a society that promotes overtly and sometimes more subtly white supremacy. It's entrenched in every system that we have, whether that be media, government, policing, education, our history books, you name it. It's like a fish doesn't know it's wet. I think about white supremacy being the water, and the fish are, you know, a lot of everybody that lives in it. And, you know, the black people know.
So why should we listen to you if you're a racist?
That are waking up and trying to do the good work, but for the rest of us, for the rest of y'all, man, you're still kind of half asleep.
Yep. I was like walking that way, I was like,
Matter of fact, I'm sure you recognize the voice if you've been out here.
We shut shit down. Who shut shit down? Who shut shit down?
The organizers are putting that energy right now into some chants. I called it bluff.
It's a whole lot, so just be careful while y'all walking around by yourselves. Just be careful. No.
how the hell are they sitting right here? Piece of bitch.
it just makes us mad and more people show up the next day. When you turn Seattle into a war zone, Seattle doesn't like you anymore. Funny how that works.
Don't worry, just a 15-year-old commercial. I'm high school, so don't worry.
I'll never forget adultery.
This is true. We are standing in front of Black Lives Matter.
You guys are going to be on so many news outlets. Realizing and then dancing in front of a BLM mural. That is priceless.
Something, and I was mad because of it.
Okay. Well, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. How was today? I feel so bad when I'm not out here.
It's okay. Listen, it's all
Hopefully
good.
soon I'll
You know what I
recover.
mean?
Nice. Boop check.
Justice was not
Oh yeah. You're gonna.
Okay, yeah.
They were posted here.
Okay.
Oh shit, here we go.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to do some bullshit. I totally deserve some hot chocolate after this. Maybe you and a cookie. Alright, kid. Where are you?
Yeah.
There's like some liquid.
That's not me. It was already there.
Do it.
What are you gonna do when you get assaulted and an hour later someone shows up with a notebook to say they can't do anything?
No, my favorite was, what are you gonna do the next time you need somebody to like show up 4 hours later and shoot your dog?
You know what the ironic fucking thing about that question is when you're black, they don't ask you that shit. Yeah. They don't. You don't matter to them. Nope. You are insignificant to them. Yep. And that is why we continue coming out here. Black Lives Matter. Y'all are the only ones. I'm just saying. There's a coincidence here. I'm sorry, not a coincidence. Every time you show up, there is actual violence. Destruction is not violence. Learn the difference.
And I'm stealing money.
You hurt people. Occasionally a protester will break a window or something. What's the difference? I think like violence and hurting people and killing people is far worse. And considering you'll keep getting away with it, can you blame them for smashing some windows? I think there's no amount of property destruction that I would consider uncalled for in a state that...
All right, what's your address, dude? I'm down to destroy some property.
That's what stops crime.
Please tell me you guys realize you're actually standing in front of a Black Lives Matter mural right now.
I appreciate that because the streaming and the irony is delicious.
You out here a lot?
They have framed it very well. They have framed it very well.
All these protesters are doing is making it expensive to kill black people and arrest them. That's what we're doing. That's what's happening. You guys protect buildings and not people, but you can replace your buildings. Seattle is consistently and always been fucking construction. They're capable. You cannot replace a life, but you don't value life. And that's why you should not be dictating what lives do. Any.
Yeah, Ace is good peoples. He's got some kids or something that he comes to visit.
What community must fight?
Right. Instead of looking at the news and stuff and just see everybody standing in one spot. Do something, do it. If you ain't, go home.
Firecracker going off in the street there.
Yeah, they're gonna think it was gunshots.
As you come down the street, down there holding kind of plywood shields, a couple baseball bats, where the
They'll splinter, which can cause more damage, unfortunately.
And it's still good against mace.
I don't see anything happening right now. I wish a motherfucker would try some shit like that. I'm not fucking moving. Y'all just have to shoot my ass today. You're gonna hear about it tomorrow. I'm not going nowhere.
You guys,
oh, sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
People don't want you here and you keep sticking around. That is harassment. You harass people in this neighborhood after you wage war on them. Are you surprised we all fucking hate you? Take your shit back to the goddamn suburbs. You know those Trump supporters love to lick boots.
Some of them don't know how to turn on the lights, huh?
That's right, move back.
Hey, you guys, what are you dropping your white hood? You dropped your white hood.
Just remember, if we cut your budget in half, your bitches would still be overpaid. Abolish SPD.
They move like 100 feet. Jesus!
They don't give a shit.
That's fucking reckless, you dumb bitches!
You didn't want to get left behind. You don't have a life.
I'm fucking real. Well, they just tried to run over someone.
No, they didn't. They just drove by.
You okay?
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm pretty good.
I'm feeling it.
I
My
know.
body is fucking.
I know. Yesterday I came up here and I was up here. Nothing was really going down. Like I thought something was going to go down. So I literally walked.
Yeah.
And I walked the stairs.
Did you get that by chance? That drive sequence? I was on the ground. They fucking accelerate, almost hit someone.
Property damage. Ah! Okay.
So correct.
They all got deputized. Now it's all federal. Everything's federal. There is no city cops. They're all federal. Yeah, I guarantee they're defending the project. Those are little pets, like vampires are familiar, right? Cowboys are the cops familiar. Like how cops are military familiars. Put it on there like
Yeah, but like you put like yeah.
So if you went home, we don't have nothing better to do.
I'm so tired.
I told her you would help her show her how to display any of her like Venmo or Cash App or anything on.
Yeah.
Some help financially.
I really smoke weed, to be honest. Yeah. Well, a lot of folks, yeah. Okay. That's Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired.
Where do you want this?
Oh, I'll put it in my
Pocket?
pocket, yeah. She was telling me about how to like plug in like Venmo and stuff.
Yeah.
You showed me stuff.
Yeah. We'll hook you up.
Okay.
Oh, Jameson Mailer, you are a piece of shit.
Watch out, we have the meanest biking gang in town.
That was the worst joke ever, Jameson.
They might try to do wheelies. The hardest bike gang from the middle school. Real tough.
Oh, I think the lighter's fucked.
Did you see they pushed them up the... Look at them. They gotta hang out up the steps.
Really?
Come down where they're hanging out.
Why the fuck are they up there?
I don't know. I don't know if that's their space. Maybe that's their art studio that they were talking about.
Okay.
not? Just closed. Oh, really? For some reason, I thought they were open.
Like
till
7
now.
pints of ice cream.
Oh, Jesus. I just snuck and got Molly.
Tell me your stream when we're not in earshot.
What's that?
What'd you say, honey?
I said, I'd love to know your stream when we're not in earshot.
Okay, okay.
When I went to the bathroom.
I'm bootleg, nice to meet you.
Bootleg word.
No, I went to a fan, but I just didn't
I've been here for 2 months. Went to DC. That was fun.
Mostly curfew related so far tonight.
To Snohomish or Monroe or whatever small tight knit community they came from.
For real.
Later, sheep.
Very professional, guys.
Bitch.
Piece of shit, Mailer. Yeah.
Fuck you.
You know you're the tallest shit in your class.
You don't like to chat, you just like to beat people. No,
Yeah.
it's true.
Assault.
You got it on camera,
Assault.
Jameson.
Arrest.
You got it on camera, Jameson.
You slapped the girl. You slapped the girl right in her
You're a
face.
woman beater? You do that
Yeah,
to
he
your
is a
mom?
woman beater.
You do that to your girlfriend, your wife?
Yep. He slapped a girl in the face.
I bet
You're
you don't.
trash. You guys slap girls in the face. Pieces of shit. Yeah. Justice for Shalina Lyles. I hope she haunts you guys in your sleep.
Fuck your mom.
Bitch.
And fuck your whole existence. Breonna Taylor, you punk bitch.
Shalina Lyles. She's gonna haunt your ass.
Say her name.
She gonna haunt you in your sleep. And they gonna haunt your kids. And your family.
Just
fucking suck, yo.
be aware there's traffic back, folks. Truck behind.
All right, I'm gonna walk down this way.
I mean, they've had like. They be going around. They be going around.
Yep. That name is gonna haunt them, you know? Yeah. Yeah, they killed her. They killed her. She was pregnant, and they killed her in front of her 3 children. Yeah.
Where at?
In Seattle.
Here?
Yes. You know how many people they killed?
Today?
No. You need to do research, man.
Well,
you got to do your
then.
research.
I'll
Charlene Lyles. Man, there's a whole list of them. Look it up. Google it.
murdered.
Yeah, by SPD in front of her kids.
Okay. I'll look it up.
Definitely, these are true pigs. They're trash.
Yeah,
I don't even
I
like calling them
didn't hear about
pigs
her.
because pigs are pigs. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, but they're trash. They're trash. They're trash.
Right,
they don't give a
right.
fuck. They
Right,
really
right.
don't. This is not just like
Exactly.
anger and animosity. This is real shit.
Right. I didn't hear about it till today.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah.
Charlene Lyles?
Yeah. And they still haven't charged the officers for it.
Did she get
Did she-
murdered like a few days ago?
No, months ago. Years.
Here?
A couple in Seattle, honey.
Here?
5 years ago.
Yes,
5
years.
years ago?
Yes.
And nobody said anything about it since 5 years.
We got another fire down here. There's another fire this way.
We want to do a bump shot, Farley, at the end of the show.
Oh no, that sucks. Sorry to hear that. I've seen some gearboxes that tore themselves apart before. It can be ugly.
Do you guys want to move back with them?
Yep. Thanks. Apparently there's a third fire somewhere. Is that Breckenridge? Okay. Apparently there's something else on fire on
Calling that if you
Breckenridge.
don't go back now, they're not going to let you back in.
Well, I don't.
Who knows? It's not very organized.
We weren't actually in any.
Yeah.
I don't think that group doesn't welcome back. I was being told that he wasn't welcome back. So.
police are moving in groups possible. Seeing some robbing around the south side.
Where's Library Lane?
Yeah, it's a
There's
big
a
job.
car on fire.
I wouldn't try to do that myself.
West Breckenridge and Library Lane.
I know people who do it themselves, but I'm not that. I'm not that kind of person.
Does someone have a Google map?
That's Breckenridge.
There's the sirens. Wouldn't Library Lane be this way?
She's also white too, so her chances of
Oh, is she? I thought that was okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, she's white. She's gonna be alright.
I thought that was someone else.
Yeah, she's yeah.
That's why I was like.
That's why she's still there.
Well, that's the only explanation. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
That's how you use privilege. You know what I mean?
No shit. I mean.
Yeah. Bang.
A lot of smoke up ahead.
That's a car, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't see my eyes. Alright, again.
Oh, they destroyed that building.
I always tried to learn mechanics, but computers always came easier to me. There aren't a lot of resources to learn mechanics at all. And I haven't gotten very good at it because of that. Even though I tried. I really want to get a mill or a lathe and learn machining. I think that would be really interesting.
Got 2 people under arrest here.
I guess those people probably started the fire, I guess.
Got a large group of cops on the block.
Okay.
There's a big group of riot police coming.
Oh, Emily, sorry.
Do they want you to say something about this?
Are we on air right now?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're probably right. Similar. Yeah, it's not getting close to this because it's popping off secondaries. I don't know what else is going to pop next.
Heads up, please come down the sidewalk.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very, very accurate stuff. That's why it's always such big, heavy equipment, because they don't want it to have any vibrations or anything in it to mess up the cut. Kind of the problems with it because it's expensive. Some of those big milling machines have like they're sitting on like a big granite block just to like reduce the vibration.
Is this Breckenridge? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is Breckenridge, third, fourth.
Okay. Just for reference for people who are tuning in and not quite sure what's going on here. We're on Breckenridge, in between 3rd and 4th. A car is on fire. That's what you see.
Police have the
ahead.
vehicle cordoned off. There's still getting a lot of secondary from the fire.
Them and arrest them.
You won't get like the grainiest speaker you could.
Make sure you post those on Twitter as weapons, water bottles.
It's like the teacher in Peanut.
That must be like a university street or something. Oh. You have it on Google? Oh, there it is.
Oh, so it's down
Right around the corner. Okay.
Mike, Travis, and Chad are directly across from the church. Info.
Is that where Katrina's? Yeah. Is Katrina going there?
She was down that way. I don't know.
Okay. Some of the spray paint that has been done past little while on this building. I'm not actually sure what it is. Looks like some kind of storage or something.
I shared our location.
Oh, Katrina is there.
Okay, good.
She's with them.
She's with the fire? Yeah. So Katrina Helmer, if you look on her page, you can probably pull that up as well. She's at the, it's called the Presentation Academy, and there's a vehicle on fire over there. Possibly some busted windows. Not sure, haven't laid eyes on it myself, but that's what I'm hearing through text from some who are back at the station right now.
Is that Chad?
There's an FBI deal behind you. And no, Chad's back at the church.
Okay, good. So they have a view of the church and what's happening. Okay, cool.
These are America's terrorists. They're terrorists.
Walk down this way.
And we in that direction. There's that pop up there. You can tell what that. You hear that pop up there?
Yeah, secondary explosion.
Oh. Now this is all part of Spalding. Okay.
Yeah.
bro. CSTs are less than that.
And we think we're hearing some more pops from the car fire.
Hey, if we wanted, we could go across
That one? We could do that if you want to.
Wherever you guys want to go, it's
Wanna
up
do
to
it?
you.
You want to go up the alley that way?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
As you can see, once again, the door was busted out at Presentation Academy. There were 2 doors busted out on Spalding's property. Spray paint on Spalding's windows. Windows busted out.
I'm not sure what that is. Very much He's had a couple people keep walking up here.
And there was a barricade in the road as we drove through where they had placed a barricade.
You get that car over there, some car?
Yes.
Any units that are out in the area of Fort New York, you're not tied up doing anything. Let's free up about 2 or 3 squads and head that way.
I can't believe they lit that car on fire and destroyed all the floor.
Yes, it's very joggy out there tonight. Excuse me. Very joggy out there.
Watch your hands. Burn that motherfucker!
They're still working on their flag burning technique. They just can't seem to get it right. Oh, that looks like... That almost looked like black bloc gunmen. It might have been cops though, in the boop troop. Usually you don't see just 2 cops by themselves though.
That alley is not secure.
They're saying the parking garage behind the location.
63 Adam, copy.
53 Adam.
They're coming through that alley.
The subject is set this fire here. Apparently there was 10 or 12 of them. White male, white female both have on orange
Maybe they're...
shirts. Ranging from this location a couple minutes ago.
Alright, let's just go back to the side then. Heads up, guys, you got people coming on your back.
I don't think so.
If it was to be inside the parking garage, we may not be able to pick that up. Train 1706. Code 3, let's call that as we need and I was ready to have a fire. Yes, sir.
I'll be right back.
Was there any squad that was able to check for the multiple subjects and up on the level of the parking structure near personal liberty? Now you're breaking up. Tell me about the Alero. Like an old rusty red Camaro? That's right. That gentleman works for Spalding. He came past us last night with the unit.
Let people in over here and lock the doors so that people, church gave like a warning that people had to be inside the church like 10 minutes ago because the doors were locked.
Okay. Right? You're totally going to get
those
cancer.
out in front are those who didn't go in.
Okay, so
About 20 people.
So some people didn't go in.
Some people didn't go in, right? And
Yeah.
as you guys can be aware, you see how that roof right there, that crack?
Yes.
The contractor was just over here saying people don't need to stand under that roof because bricks have been falling off of it the past couple of days. Just FYI. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Saying that when everyone kind of came back around this way, church is right up there, that they said everyone get inside, we're going to lock the doors. So those people who chose to, they came inside, locked the doors. There's maybe 20 or so people still standing right there in and around the church. Some of that graffiti over there on the building is new from tonight. And then you can still see police lights up ahead.
look, you see somebody you might value. Maybe if you think hard enough, you might have a life that you might value. So just imagine that when you
take it, yo. They can't fucking take it.
Goodbye, terrorists.
They can't take it. They can't fucking take it. They
I was in this snatch.
So it looks like there's groups walking out onto the road.
You know what you signed up for.
Hell yeah!
Just to get a view from the street.
There's a fire.
They haven't put it out yet?
Put it out.
The fire department's there, yeah.
And then what, they're gonna come down here?
It had fireworks that were igniting as the fire grew. We have multiple windows broken at Spalding University and Presentation Academy. Graffiti on Spalding University.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. All coming this way.
What they got? Are they us?
I can't see their hands.
Looks like there's a group of people in the alley coming out.
You don't run. Where our wall at? We need a wall right here. Where's our wall? Do not leave us.
They came from both sides.
There are black lives on these stairs. Where's our wall? Do not leave us. Hey, Portland, are you scared? Hey, Portland, are you scared?
It's just some random person's car. Like, they just burned somebody's car. What if they don't have insurance? Like, and even if they do have insurance, they have to pay out the ass for it.
We're seeing these pieces used as shields right here.
Now they're blocking the street.
Police is out here to stand tonight. Stand.
Stand like some hoes.
We already said we not out here to hit nobody tonight. And guess what? We're not here to get hit either. Cause we're not scared, right, Poland? No. Poland, you scared? No. Poland, you scared?
Lit on fire and busted out. Some sort of handle with tape on it.
That's the Antifa fleshlight. They make them out of duct tape. A communal fleshlight all the Antifa use.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to go home. Yes. And I have not slept since Wednesday.
We're going to
have to coordinate it. Obviously, yes, it would take some time. I hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Oh yeah, it's a terrorist act. I forgot.
Sure.
They don't cover terrorism.
I do not condone doing stupid things. Yeah. That is not something I want on me.
Overwhelming majority feel the same way. You
Yes.
can't control everyone. There's
It's
always-
unfortunate that sometimes there are people who decide to take things into their own hands. Absolutely. That's not something that every protester should be faulted for.
Sure, absolutely.
Just the same way I'm sure you all feel that things happen that not all of you should be faulted for. So, I mean, I have my own personal feelings, but as a general rule, it is what it is, and I would just like my people to be able to.
Just singing we're providing food and drink like a church. And we've stayed away.
You absolutely have.
Until a car caught on fire and there were fires in the street, fireworks, and a fire.
And again, those were people who had been.
We had already asked them to leave multiple times.
Yeah. Did you call us for help?
We don't call the cops for help. We handle it within our community. When we ask them to leave our community, they are no longer part of our community. We handle our own stuff. In this instance,
Portland has some nice motorcycles.
that creates this situation, unfortunately. And I'm standing here face to face, which is not my favorite thing in the world, but I'm bringing it over with a smile because that means that's cool. That you get to go home, I get to go home, and it's 300 people in the church.
So, tell me, how would you like to get this done?
I would like for us to go back to the church, let the people know that they have permission from LMPD to go to their vehicles or to walk back to the square or wherever their vehicle is parked safely. We also have evacs that we can arrange for shuttles to take people to their cars if that's wanted. And we allow folks to go home. I cannot be responsible for everything that they do once they head home. And I'm not going to ask to be because I don't want to be. I want to go get something to drink and get off my fucking feet. And I'm sure you feel the same way. So that's what I would like to have.
Okay, let me work this out on my end, okay? We'll get back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
We all want the same thing.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up!
hear him tapping even louder.
Because it was built on the impression of other people.
Hey, and there's
Okay. Oh, they're my people. Sorry, guys. They're my people. I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is.
We got your back.
Keeping your armies out. Don't keep bringing your armies out.
They got blood on their hands. Blood on their hands. Blood on your hands. You smiling. You think that shit is fucking cute?
Yeah.
They hands.
That's disgusting.
He thinks murder's funny.
Charlene Lyles.
I know plenty about
Charlene Lyles. Charlene Lyles. Charlene Lyles. Justice for Charlene Lyles. Disgusting. Disgusting. Charlene Lyles. Charlene, I don't care who you're talking to. Justice for Charlene Lyles. I don't give a fuck who you're talking to. You guys murdered her in front of her fucking kids.
No justice! No justice! No justice! Fuck these racist ass!
Okay, so what we were seeing in the road looks like a...
How many people on top?
Just another night out here assaulting American citizens.
Is that girl that used to work with CJ?
We no longer accept your fucking racist.
Is that girl that you...
No, I don't think that's her.
We the people. You are here to protect and serve, not to assault American citizens. Look like George Floyd. It reminds me of George Floyd. George Floyd! 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 Say his name! 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 I think they forgot. We will not let what happened to George Floyd happen to anybody else. So y'all keep a close eye on him. Make sure that man's breathing. Make sure that man's breathing. Officers, do not do him like you did George Floyd. The man.
I don't remember her name, but she was. I remember that she was a lot less she was more unattractive than the woman we just saw.
Floyd said, "Mama." Y'all remember that before y'all do anything stupid. I'm talking to the officers. There you go. There you go.
Get off his fucking neck, kid!
Hey, brother, move your leg if you all right. Move that foot.
Off your leg now!
Thank you.
I will tackle your punk ass! Get off it!
We will not let what happened to George Floyd, just so y'all know that. Do not do him like that.
I think that woman was a prostitute. She was wearing PVC pants.
Hey, make some noise for him. He got on here.
Take your fat
He
ass
signed
home.
up for this.
Take your
Make
fat ass
some
home,
noise.
bitch. Take your fat donut eating ass home. You racist Ku Klux Klan, bitch.
He went out.
Go home.
He went out with some dignity.
Not like these fucking pigs.
He is now part of history. He signed up for that. He signed up for that.
Why you guys blocking the street?
Boo boo. Biggity boot. True.
You think your bitch ass invincible, huh? Pussy, you a human just like you. The only difference is your bitch ass don't have no mom. You broke your bastard. That's the difference between me and you. I had a mother and a father. I know your pussy ain't good. I know your bitch ass didn't have no mother.
Hey, clap if you can hear me. Okay, so just make sure you watch behind you, those who are in the park. Because the next thing they're going to do, they're going to sandwich you in from the back. So make sure you watch the person next to you back there.
Yeah, clear
Stay
his throat.
prepared.
Like he needs to clear his throat. I'm tired of listening to his loogie. Can you fill me in if you see this comment? Yeah, so everybody was standing in the road and the cops made an announcement on the LRAP multiple times to get out of the road. So then out of nowhere, two riot vans pulled up and they arrested some of the people on the road, and then like 3 or 4 SUVs showed up, and then like probably like anywhere between like 6 and 12 cop motorcycles showed up. And then the cop motorcycles left, the SUVs left. But then just a minute ago, some of the cops pulled some people off the sidewalk over there and arrested like 2 or 3 people, and then one other girl that was walking in the road. And right now we're all just sitting here chilling, looking, seeing what's gonna happen next.
Is this the country? Here's a question to your officers. Is this the country you signed up to live in? This don't look like America no more, do it?
Got a therapist?
Or maybe this is when America was great. Maybe this is when it looked like. Matter of fact, it was, huh? It looked just like this when it was great.
Who's narrating? It was me.
Looked just like
Trey.
Minus the dogs and the water hoses.
Are you a proud
I guess this is America great again.
Officer, are you a proud boy? You racist fuck.
Hey, I got some bad news. America has just...
I hope you got your cardio! He should have grabbed that scooter! Everyone back. On the sidewalk. Thank you. Right there. Let's go walk.
Hey, do it again.
$58, 18, SA1. Oh, 101 4527. Wrong side. I got it. It's cool. I just said it out loud. You also have an 18 number on your helmet.
Yeah. This one's easier to remember.
I don't doubt it.
Where's number 18? There we go.
It's right here, big one.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just said his other number out loud if you have audio. Sounds like he's crying in pain. I hope not.
Yeah, because he fell over and smacked into the pavement. He did that. They didn't even touch him yet.
For running a block? For running a block when they were taking him into custody? Hey, if it was a movie, he would have hit that dude with the scooter and took off. For real.
Eugene. That's the girl from Eugene. I don't remember her name. She's here all the time.
We talked to them because they didn't give her the fucking justice that she deserved.
Right, all he did was escape from custody. I mean, what are they doing? Catching him after he escaped from them.
Yeah, I don't remember what her name is, but she's from Eugene.
1, 2, 3,
She always boobs.
By the way, I think I fixed my frame rate, or helped my frame rate issue out a little bit. I upped the bit rate and I overclocked my CPU. So better now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
They're shaking the crap out of the van. There's 44 again. Oh, the officer 44. Huh?
Oh, in the back.
The back of their helmet, yeah. 44, she's pretty famous out here.
Little.
Yeah.
A little bit mighty.
Yeah, she's just like super sarcastic and is always smiling and like everyone's always asking her a ton of questions. She's always talking to people. Yeah, she just irritates a lot of people.
Too friendly?
Yeah. Ruby, that might be her name. Yeah, I'm horrible with names, but I was talking to her all day today, and she's in Eugene all the time too. I don't remember her name. There's Brent Taylor. McStabby Stab. 67, Brent Taylor. Trying to find some tires to slash. No, right there, 67. The dude that just walked up. I think that's Brent. Oh, no, Brent, that's not Brent. He kind of walked like Brent. There's a cop up here, Brent Taylor. He's known for slashing everyone's tires.
Checkpoint, but they were sitting in the cars by the time he walked over. You know, it was just we ended up taking Joe to the medics at the Black Lives Matter rally protest because we felt like the medical attention.
There's a short little cameraman for the police again. Always the shortest guy. They need to give him a bigger stick so we can get those angles.
Hey, bud.
So I think they're going to take some of these people that shit away. I'm pretty sure this is going to be happening all night long.
Come on back.
I feel like it's going to be very
This is a different type of protest. In fact, this is not a protest. This is a different type of night. Yeah.
Boop Boop, share the stream. Hashtag Boop Troop Eugene.
I think he was honestly, holy shit.
No. Portland, you scared? Don't you run, man. You scared? You scared? Don't you run, man. You scared? You scared?
Lighter fluid.
There's these rocks. I don't know if they took anything.
You guys did? You guys need to knock that off. Don't do that.
Pussies. You guys stop doing fireworks.
Yo, that hit my helmet.
You can shine it in my face if you want to, but your number's still visible. I can still see you really well in my camera.
And then everyone stayed inside the road. So after that, a couple riot vans came down the road, followed by a bunch of motorcycles and some more riot vans and cop cars and SUVs. They've made I'd say maybe 10 arrests so far. They've made around 10 arrests so far. They've made around 10 arrests so far.
Quit your job. 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 Job. Quit your job. Quit your job. Oh boy, we got ninjas in the house. That's a genie. That's a magic genie. Y'all might want to step back. It's a magic black genie. I guarantee.
They're not leaving.
To stay on that property are also getting the same treatment. Well, maybe we should not kill people then.
I got replacements.
And we have a liaison with our department. Yeah, we also have a liaison. Yes. Oh, this one's yours.
Put your gun down. Put your fucking gun down. Including but not limited to tear gas or impact weapons.
Yeah.
You guys came out here and fighting all this violence. You got what
You didn't want the street blocked, but now you've been blocking it the whole fucking time. Macing people, snatching people up for doing the same fucking thing that you're doing, but you're behind the fucking law. You're supposed to implement the law, but you fucking steadily break it. And violate people wonder why you don't respect you.
That's phase one. I'm not going to tell you to be safe. I'm going to tell you to be prepared. Be prepared. That's phase one.
You could have asked though, you ain't got to run up on people. You don't have to mace people who haven't touched you. Your officers can't come up and push on people and flex on people either. So you guys all stand quietly.
Thank you, Shelby. I just got your Venmo. Thank you. Boopity boop 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 boop. Thank you, Shelby. Uh-oh. Looks like they might rush again. They filled the street up pretty quick. They filled it up quick, yeah. There was like 3 people out there.
But literally, you don't want to do that because that'd be really stupid.
Yeah, let's get them reacts going, guys. Boopity boopity boop. So quick update again. Cops came out after nobody was in the road, after people were in the road. The cops have pulled back again. And they're all the cops are posted in this intersection. As soon as the cops pushed out in front of, away from the JC, as soon as they backed up, everybody down there got back in the road, so the road's starting to fill up again back down there. They're porting people out with their flashlights right now. Looks like they're probably about to make some targeted arrests. Somebody throw, is that soup or beer?
Beer. A ham beer.
They're about to make some more targeted arrests, it looks like. Huh? Oh. Is that Brent Taylor right there with the gun?
Yeah, Brent Taylor's the one.
Okay, there's Brent Taylor. Stabby McStab stab. He slashes everybody's tires. Yeah, he just runs through the road and slashes people's tires.
In America, when we have victims of domestic violence, we teach them to fight back. And this is what the fucking thing is.
It's soup for the family.
Good to see you too.
Absolutely. What's going on?
Good to see you, bro. Oh, they're running in.
The police. Officers have taken projectiles from the crowd. Do not throw projectiles at officers. Failure to adhere to this direction may subject you to citation, arrest, and crowd control agents, including but not limited to tear gas or impact weapons.
Hey, that's vehicular traffic, douchebag! Are the roads not open to vehicles?
I'm not trying to get this bitch. You're blocking my way. No, they're not, because the police are blocking the road.
Fucking rally your dogs? Estate violence workers? Is that fulfilling to you? Not a rhetorical question.
Time to leave, bitches. Get out of here.
Please put your mask on.
Yep, they grabbed the guy with the flag. I knew they were gonna do that.
Hey, please put your mask on so I can see that ugly ass facial hair.
I can't hear you. Fucking down on you.
Whoa! Is that soup? Sounded like soup.
Oh, it's a ham. It's okay.
It's raining hams.
It's okay.
That smells like beer over here.
Here's a beer. What a waste. Damn shame.
Thank you.
I swear I see a large format camera up there. See it?
Are you shining the light because you're a superstar?
Oh, they're ready, they're ready, they're ready, they're ready, they're ready.
Run as fast as you can. Get that party over, bitch.
This is the police. Officers have taken projectiles from the crowd. Do not throw projectiles at officers. Failure to adhere to this direction may subject you to citation, arrest, and crowd control agents.
Don't walk in the middle.
Tear gas or impact weapons.
It's getting crazy tonight out here, guys.
Hey, go around this.
What am I doing wrong? To walk?
Shut the fuck up!
That's against the law, yo. I hope somebody got that. What? That way, but I want to cross there. I live right there. I live literally 1 block that way, so how?
Yeah, they're just cranky.
Who you working for? Yeah, cop. Mobile.
the guy.
What's up?
Fashion over function, or function over fashion.
Both. It was fashion and functionality. It's hard to tell because it's so confusing how I go about things.
Oh, I feel
You're an enigma.
Tax collectors with guns. That's all it is. Oh yeah, they will definitely take you out.
You're not smiling this time. Yeah, if it says walk, you can walk. If it says walk,
How am I supposed to do it if I ask you? Can I walk?
Yes, it is. You have a right to fucking walk.
He's asking who he asked. I guess he's who he asked. Where does he ask? You don't know? Then why don't you go home? You don't know. They beat you because you're a woman. You're a sheriff of what county? Are you Multnomah County? Do you have a number street when it says walk?
Really, though? This is not a criminal investigation.
My car's right there. They wrote me a ticket while they was out here. That's messed up.
What's up, bro? What's wrong? What's wrong?
I don't know.
You look either like really relaxed or mad.
No, I'm chill. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell's going on, bro. Like that was like.
Yeah, they just ran.
Does that happen often now?
They just, yeah, dude. That's their thing. They just run out and grab anybody they can.
Dude, they got some sprinters. Here.
They run as fast as they can and grab as many people as they can. It's been a thing for like the last month. Yep. See, they're gonna. You're gonna go to prison over that.
Over just standing right there on the road. Right
yep, you're gonna go to prison.
We can't have that. So
Floor is lava, bro.
Street's lava. The sidewalks.
Sidewalk safe. Safe zone.
They said it's open to vehicular traffic. They're all they've been blocking. They've been blocking it for the last hour.
I need you to stop blocking it.
Huh?
I need you to stop blocking it.
Yeah. Right.
For 10 times longer, you made it.
Looks like no facial hair, small rounded nose.
Gatherings. It's like a light National Geographic out here. You get to watch the animals run and you can film it.
As the police, we would like to encourage the crowd to express their First Amendment right from the sidewalk in the park. Southwest 3rd Avenue is open to vehicular traffic.
No one's blocking it but you.
This is the police. We would like to encourage the crowd to express their First Amendment rights from the sidewalk and the park. Southwest 3rd Avenue is open to vehicular traffic.
All right, that was interesting to see because the crosswalk said he could walk, or they could walk, and they just arrested them for it. Anyone remember soul crawling through the wall hole in DC? I remember that. I remember breaking my ankle damn near 2 minutes or like 10 minutes after that. My ankle still hurts from that. If you remember that night, my ankle still hurts from that night. I'm not kidding. I can't. It still hurts to put my shoes on. No, we need more lighting that way. Crosswalk is lava. Yeah, that light is killing me.
I just want to personally say to all the police out here.
We need more lighting this way, literally.
We came out here because we're outraged about the fact that you keep killing my people. I'm fucking sick of it.
I appreciate that, Caroline.
Your son, your daughter, your uncle, or your cousin. We be out here for this too. No one deserves to die at the hands of a fucking cop. You're not the judge, jury, and fucking executioner.
Spam those heart reactions, guys. Spam those heart reactions. Get some good vibes in the chat. Let's get us boosted in the Facebook algorithm. Comment where you guys are watching from, too. I want to see where everybody's watching from. We're at 2.5K viewers. If everybody shares this out, we have 2.5K shares and make this go viral, guys. Portland, Oregon, this is what's happening in Portland, Oregon. Let's allow everybody the privilege to be able to witness what's happening in Portland, Oregon, to be able to make their own decision, rather than listening to the news in the morning, waking up and reading an article saying, oh, this happened at this time, and this happened at this time, and this happened at this time. Give everybody the privilege of being able to see for themselves what happened in Portland, Oregon tonight. Just by sharing this out, it takes 2 seconds. Appreciate you guys so much.
Birds to hunt down niggers and take them back to their slave owners. You chose to do that.
We got Pennsylvania on the chat. Shout out to Pennsylvania. Shared from New York. Let's go. Shout out to New York. Got a lot of people from New York out here tonight. I'm gonna walk through the park a little bit.
Y'all can suck my dick from the fucking back, you goddamn traitor. There's absolutely no reason why you should be standing with these people and they're killing your people. You're working with them. You have blood on your hands. White cops, you're privileged. No, excuse me, I mean your white supremacy. They said the Proud Boys and the nationalists. How do you spell Nazi? How do you spell Nazi?
We're good. The crowd's slimmed out a little bit. A lot, actually. It seemed like half the crowd left. This entire block was filled with people when we first showed up. The entire block was filled up, and now it's like empty.
We're not scared. We
if somebody gets snatched by the police, we pulling them back. We pulling them back. We pulling them back. We pulling them back. They say, do you got my back? And y'all say, we got your back. We want to see that tonight, y'all. We tired of this running shit. We're here for a peaceful protest, right? But we are not here to run. We ain't did no crime. We ain't did no crime. We ain't did no crime. Where they at? Where they at? Where they at? I showed up to the party.
Yo, Chris.
Let's go.
Kristen, thank you so much for your support.
Fuck these motherfucking cops.
Kristen, thank you so much for your support.
We got numbers. Fuck these motherfuckers.
Travis, thank you so much for your support. Crystal, thank you so much for your support. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much.
Another O. Oh, I got your other O. Got your other O. Give me a key.
So once you see him open those. Millimeter rubber bullets, some AR-15s, police batons, flashbangs and mace, flexicuffs.
Oh yeah, officer, what's your leg? You out here tonight? Where you at? What's your leg? Fuck you! Fuck you, officer!
Him and watch his stream as well, so you can see what we're both got going on out here. He's almost at 10K, guys.
Yo, they really is irrelevant. Low IQs, dog, they really lack intelligence. That's a fact. To get hired as a cop, you gotta be dumb as fuck. I don't give them no props, homie. And I gotta tell the truth. We all here saying fuck the boys in blue. Hey, we don't need them. Anarchist jurisdiction. This is our town and we burning down the system. So motherfuck cops, we don't listen when they speak. We don't need to run, baby. We don't need to flee. We just gotta get it done. We rising like the sun. My fist staying up. It's a revolution. That's my.
Sounds good. Georgia says, what's up, Andrew? What's going on? Sounds great. Sounds great. Good deal. All right, cool.
Your motherfucking buddy showed up at my house.
Go see Hawks? That's what's up.
Maybe not your buddy.
No. He said no.
Oh, you got me made 10K on YouTube. Oh, yeah.
You got my first album, right? 21?
Yeah, he got his first cash. And a boy. All right, t-shirt giveaway going out.
What? Oh, wait, not for no reason, for flipping you off. You know?
10K, let's get some hype in the chat. 10,000 subscribers. It's good. I'll find something to do as well for content-wise.
Oh, they're actually some pristine.
That's amazing. That's all I need.
It's odd to see it though, I know.
I'll let you know where you can get it.
Pat yourselves on the back, guys. You guys did it.
So guys, this is what we've seen in Portland a lot. So LRAD in the back over here. See that one? That's the long range acoustic device. Yeah, that's the one that'll make the announcements about, you know, what they want people to do as far as dispersals and stuff like that. But here's the push-pull. So they'll push, and then they'll pull back, and then everyone will go ahead and push back out in the street, and they'll come back out. So, yeah.
What's that? Okay.
Nah, that's the interesting thing is we haven't seen any Proud Boys down here at all since they left Delta Park. We haven't seen any of them. So we thought there was going to be a protest here. We thought they were going to show up, and we all thought there was going to be a clash here, but that is not the case. So
I still haven't figured out which one of you guys shot me in the elbow with the rubber bullet for standing by myself. Any of y'all bitch asses, cowards, want to actually admit to it? I couldn't tell because when I tried to figure it out.
Yeah, we got the Lady LRAD tonight.
But I was violently plugging in my phone by myself.
He's leveling a shot.
Was it you? You did that.
A scope on that thing?
One of you guys did it. It's either Delta or Charlie. One of y'all did it. One of y'all did it.
Interesting.
But whoever did it, such a coward, they can't be like, yeah, I did it. Because why?
Yeah, guys, sorry, CJTV Media LLC. We got that LLC. He owns it. He owns his own something. Rocking it. Rocking it. Yeah, guys, remember you can always find us on all the formats now. So we got some pretty incredible footage over on YouTube as well if you guys want to come over and check that out.
But that was the first weekend after the riot, the big riot.
Big shout out to Facebook for allowing me this opportunity.
That's just crazy. It was crazy.
I hope it doesn't stop at 10K. Again, we'll keep
going. All this
95K
shit is like build little fires that like y'all come out like the whole city's on fire. Minneapolis is no joke. They straight up didn't even warn people. They were just shooting out of their cars. That's how fucking crazy it was. The cops popped my rental car tires that I was going to switch in. And then I was like roaming around Minneapolis and I had no idea what to do. Being chased around by Minneapolis cops. It was fucking insane. So like sometimes
Right out front, Charles Bundy. This is what I gotta deal with, guys. The constant fucking alerts of my whereabouts. What's up, bro? Is your chat better?
What's that?
It's going better?
Yeah.
Good shit. Good shit. Yeah, mine's going good.
Okay. I figured out a little trick. I'll message you later.
Yeah, bet, bro.
You want to say what's up?
What's going on, guys? It's So Luna. You know, go ahead and hit that. What are you streaming on Facebook?
Yeah.
Spam those heart reactions for the dude. What's your name?
Ahmed.
Oh, dude, I know who the fuck you are.
You know, tell your listeners a little bit more.
I saw you.
Is that just Charlie or what?
Oh, glad he's got something figured out.
There's the mount up.
Make sure you guys follow his.
Late night boop. Late night boop. Late night boop. True. This is how they get it. This is how they get everyone's attention to get on the bus.
I bet not even one of you knows the
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, Sophie, boop, 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 boopity, boopity, boop, Michael, boop, boop, Ashley, boop, boop. Boop, Tiffany.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Excuse me for 1 second. I'm going to put you down just for 1 second and we'll be right back.
Got CJTV out here.
You can see where it's got handles attached to the back. And that's what it looked like people were using standing out in the middle of the roadway. As we approached, they began exiting the roadway and went back into the church.
What was it, on Thursday? Yeah, on Thursday. So, I mean, doesn't look like anybody's going home. Just kind of regrouping, retaking the street. Dishes are done. Well, Sean, I don't know if you were watching when I streamed in Denver. I think it would be 2 or 3 weeks ago, and that's when the counter protesters, the 3%ers, came out, who were kind of ordered by the Tegan guy. They make an appearance. The Tegan guy, Joey, can't remember his name. You know who I'm talking about. But he was all obscure about it, and he's like, "Oh, bring your number 2 short pencils, not your number 1 long. We're gonna meet the protesters." And so we were at that march. I was on the protester side, and then Denver Police Department kind of swooped in pretty quickly. And it was at that exact same time that the 3%ers were on the other side of the street about to clash with the protesters, and DPD kind of just wedged themselves in between, and I was kind of stuck in the middle too, and that was probably one of the more dangerous situations I've been in with all this, you know? I mean, every single one of those guys was carrying a handgun, and like clearly from the things that they were saying, they would obey the police, and then they'd huddle in the back and like try to find the logistics of where the protesters were, because they were looking for a confrontation. So I mean, that was one of the more it was a scary situation, you know? I mean, that's what led to the conflict with, well, all the shenanigans, all the craziness with Kyle Rittenhouse, and everything related to the counter protesters clashing, especially when either side is carrying. It's definitely a little bit more volatile of a situation. So the reason I bring that up is if something like that were to happen here, especially in the amount of people that the Proud Boys have.
Been chilling, dude.
Been chilling. Bro.
Yeah, been chilling, chinchilla.
Stay chilling like a villain.
Stay chilling like an illin villain.
Villain.
Eating enchiladas, chillin'.
Don't fuck with penicillin.
Rin chin, chicka chin.
Not sure what the next step is, if this is going to be a march or if they're just waiting for anything to pop off. But I guess we'll just sit here and chill and wait. We never congratulated Andrew Mercado on his 10K subscribers. We got to find him. I told him too earlier at lunch. I was like,
these demonstrators are trying to get out. Presumably, again, this is about justice for Breonna Taylor and raising awareness of that to those who might not be out here demonstrating and trying to encourage bystanders to join in this march. We're seeing a number of folks here dressed all in.
That would be appreciated. Thank you for allowing y'all to respect me down here when I'm trying to say something. So, thank y'all for being out here. I just want to make sure y'all...
You pay your money because that's how proud men are being valued. If you fucking work your ass off to the bone, you still wouldn't be appreciated. Becky won't help you. Put us in the street!
This is where I was at before the cops came, okay?
I know.
This has been my understanding. I was nervous to get up here. Last time I was up here, I got paintball shot at me.
I know, I was worried. This is like a really targeted.
I know. Look at me! But the angle, though.
Yeah, I know.
I'd say there's between 300 and 450 people here, maybe 500. Everyone's spread out through the park quite a bit. There's a lot of people down there.
My movement. I didn't ask for your fucking help. I didn't ask for you to tell my story. I didn't ask for that shit, because you know what? I'm perfectly fucking capable. There's a lot of photographers out here shooting for the Mercury, the Orlando Weed, the Oregonian. Have any of my photography fucking photos been on those fucking covers? Not one, bitch. So I'm waiting for my reparations. Where's my opportunity? Like I said, don't be out here because we're getting killed. So with our reparations all the fucking time, because you know we're not being recruited. We're not being having fucking higher fucking positions. So with our reparations all the fucking time, because you know we're not being recruited. We're not being having fucking higher fucking positions and fucking service.
Watch your fucking neck.
12.
Back it up, let it go. He's getting you. Let it go. Everybody go. Back it up. Back it up. Let the march go. The camera's got it. That's right. Thank you.
Superior here?
Yeah, Eli.
Hello, Officer Cook. Can you tell me why you're closing the streets?
It's not closed.
So we can go this way. Why can't we go this way? There's public everywhere.
We do this every night. Together, stay tight. We do this every night. Together, stay tight. We do this every night.
Have your badge number? It's
badge number is 899.
Locking it there. Shining light right in the face. What the hell? Y'all got lights on everybody.
That's that flashlight that'll set paper on fire. It's made by the same company that makes the lasers they use. Way brighter than a regular flashlight.
Equal opportunity
Car.
It looks like he has some laser goggles there.
Intersection of 20th and K, 1 hour after demonstrators left Fremont Park in Midtown. They are now officially in the Lavender Heights area. I'm going to back off just a little bit because some folks from this group are a little bit aggressive towards our camera. These are our security folks we have with us kind of blocking those aggressors off. But we have been keeping our distance for the most part. It's just every single time we try to go live here, some of the folks of this group just run up. Now, it's really interesting that we're seeing this dynamic unfold because, we actually personally know some of the folks who are leading this demonstration, and they have been friendly with us before, so we're not sure why members who are part of this march are currently being aggressive towards us. But that is what we're currently seeing at this moment. We can see a very long line of officers there blocking off the road along 20th Street. This is 20th, intersection of 20th and K. And it looks like at least 24 officers there with bikes, and they also have the lights on their helmets. And we're also seeing the demonstrators here trying to address officers. Some of them have their hands up. Many of them wearing body armor, wearing helmets. They have their backpacks on. We don't know what's inside the backpacks, so we can see some water bottles hanging on the outside. We're also seeing some of the street team EMS folks here. They're generally the folks that provide medical support to any of the demonstrators should they become injured. We're also seeing some folks from the National Warriors Guild. They're the ones wearing green caps. I did speak with one of them at a prior demonstration. They're there to provide a third-party perspective, legal perspective, and provide some legal guidance should anyone involved in the demonstration get into some sort of difficult spot. So then we are, of course, keeping our distance here in Lavender Heights. Demonstrators left Fremont Park in Midtown about an hour ago, and now we're currently at this intersection of Lavender Heights. Reporting live from Sacramento, Stephanie. seeing that in action now with this long row of officers blocking off this particular intersection at 20th and L Street. This is a fairly new tactic we've seen from officers in the last couple of days. We saw yesterday during the march coming out of Southside Park, officers making a very visible effort to corral demonstrators back into Southside Park, and this could be a similar strategy that's being utilized. It does appear that, just again, from a quick count here at least.
Why are you in right there?
Demonstrators holding up umbrellas as they're chasing officers, presumably to hide identities.
Hey, did you know,
Forgot, the street is lava, guys.
Yeah. Good call. Good call.
Send demonstrators back in a certain direction.
No, actually they are. That's how they got to number 3 for sex trafficking arrests.
Not COVID cough. Loud cough.
Why are you stopping our freedom of movement? Why are you stopping our freedom of movement? Why are you stopping our freedom of movement? Why are you stopping the freedom of movement?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They're getting static hits.
We were, yeah. Right now it sounds clear.
Now it sounds clear.
We just gotta keep monitoring it because I don't know what's interfering.
Maybe it's just a...
If it wasn't for this riot gear! How many mental hospitals?
Not remain in the roadway. Failure to adhere to these directions may subject you to citation, arrest, and crowd control agents, including but not limited to
You're good, man.
I'm only 5'5". I gotta take what I can get right now.
You're good, you're good.
Watch your back! Back up here!
This is the police. Southwest 3rd Avenue remains open to vehicular traffic. Move to the sidewalk or into the park. Do not remain in the roadway.
way would you run? That way.
I would rather run that way. The problem is I don't have a good day.
We don't make it. So which way would you go?
I would honestly stay here for a little bit, do my job.
But then, okay, if you were me, which way would you run? Okay,
If I were you and I didn't have to do anything, I would be on the back corner.
already.
No Shoes is down there rapping again. He got everybody else to get out in the street.
Southwest 3rd Avenue remains open to vehicular traffic. Move to the sidewalk or into the park. Do not remain in the roadway. Failure to adhere to these directions may be subject to citation, arrest, and crowd control agent, including but not limited to tear gas or impact weapons.
Cops coming out the building right behind us. Watch your back.
Hey, get out of the street! Now you guys are supposed to get out of the street! Fuckers! You guys forget that part? Hey, stop breaking the rules!
Get your finger off the Go back where you came from!
Let me grab somebody.
Hey, where are you going? Hey!
They have somebody there?
Yeah.
This is the police. Southwest 3rd Avenue remains open to vehicular traffic.
You guys here? You gotta get out of the street!
Do not remain in the roadway. Failure to adhere to these directions may subject you to citation, arrest, and crowd control agent, including but not limited to tear gas or impact weapons.
Get off the roadway, you fucking self!
You guys know it's not too late to quit your job, right? We'll still hate you, but you can quit your job.
Unlawful assembly. Disperse back into your homes. Failure to comply. Stop resisting.
Boo boo. Make sure if you guys oh, it's talking to the make sure if you guys haven't yet, follow the page and turn those post notifications on. We got about maybe an hour or so left on the live before we got to restart. So once we get to that point, y'all are gonna need to know when I go back live. So make sure you follow the page and set page notifications. Check out some of the other streamers on the Boop Network as well. We got Jared on there. I think Jay's out here streaming. Michael. We got a couple others. Adam's not on Boop, but he's out here streaming too, I believe, on Twitter and Periscope because he got banned from his Facebook page. If you guys go and check out any other streamers tonight, make sure you boop them. Let them know Boop Trip has arrived. Boop, biggity boop, boop, boop.
Why are you restricting our freedom of movement?
It was just smoke, not CS. I was kind of digging that concert though. That was a new one, huh?
Back to the Justice Center.
Nobody better get charged your battery. What's your badge number? What's your badge number? Compose yourself. What's your badge number? 553. If I know a protester that got charged a battery for doing what you just fucking did 7 times in a person, you want to get charged a battery?
These kidney stones. That's your fucking shit, because we already know what your fucking name is. You think that was cool? You think that was funny? You think this is a game? You piece of shit?
Stop touching her shit. Ain't nobody touching you.
But you did it! Don't do that shit! That nigga tree! That nigga tree! That motherfucking tree! Oh my god! Oh, bitch! So I can do it again! So I can do that shit again! You can't! So I can do that again! No! You can't! Do that to her!
Nice cloud, brother. Holy crap. Yo, bro.
Can I bum one of those off you? Oh wait, no, shit. I just happened. I was gonna say if you need one, I got one.
But a good number of people left the church. So, just say, but it was a bigger crowd than we've seen in some of the previous days, and my best estimation. Eventually, they made it back to the square, where some people indicated they wanted to stay and hold their ground. Prepared to do that as the 9 o'clock curfew approached, but then the option was given to people that they could, instead choose to go to this church, which is a safe place, opened itself as a refuge for protesters, and a good number of them chose. And at that point, it came over here. At that point, a lot of them chose to come over here. They had food, water, that sort of stuff. Rested for a while, and then around 11 o'clock, people got a little restless. Some kind of moved out into the street, and many more held back, but it looked like about 10, 15 people south on 4th Street. Some seemed to set some fireworks off at first. They got some shields out, some plywood shields out. A few of them did. And then some fires were lit, some trash fires, and we know of at least one car that was set on fire, apparently from a firework, from what LMPD says. At that point, others were let inside the church, where some have sought refuge ever since. There was a bit of a standoff between LMPD and the people inside the church. You may have been listening as the executive director of Interfaith Group told us a little while ago that LMPD had some concern that those who committed arson or other crimes were harboring themselves inside the church. So it sounds like they were didn't necessarily want the protesters, people inside the church, to leave. But you see some have left and continue to leave within the past few minutes. So we'll kind of monitor things overnight as things seem to come to a close here. We don't see LMPD moving in or anything like that. People got back in the street, so they made a couple more arrests, and then they pushed back and were on the road. Same thing happened. They were just kind of chilling there, arrested another person, and then they went back into the building, hopped back on the riot vans, and left. And then Carissa said that she got the altercation or whatever happened down here on the road on her stream earlier. I don't know what happened. We were up on the steps, but we ran down here and the cops were down here again. And a riot line came out of the back side of the building over here to arrest somebody and help them walk in. And then after that, the cops all loaded back up onto their vans and they freaking left. And it's just been the same. It's been the same thing back and forth all day.
It's been a Boop Daddy report.
Boop Daddy report. Boop 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 boop.
Boop Troop Eugene on Facebook. Where else do you guys stream to? You guys do all of them?
Just Facebook right now. We do like Twitch. We do like
YouTube, bro.
We do
720p.
Oh, don't run now. Now you need water. Oh, come on, you've been out here for an hour.
That's like sort of turned out people to practice.
I don't believe those are protesters. Maybe another clergy member in there. But we will sign off for tonight and to come back on, as it seems works to some sort of resolution. We'll have details to sort through tomorrow, more interviews to do, that sort of thing. But for now, we'll sign off here at the First Unitarian Church, which has been in the middle of protest.
I'll tell y'all what it is. After Williams is an
10K, bro.
10K on the
10K, bro.
We gotta get this guy to 10K.
One day.
Multi-stream sucks to set up. Yeah, that's what I've heard. That's why I haven't done it. I need like a live view or like a better connection for it. But live views are expensive. Boop daddy, boop daddy, boop daddy, boop boop boop, biggity biggity boop boop daddy, boop bigga.
And of course, the justice system is saying that.
I'm gonna pass out while streaming. I'm like.
That there's no race motivated for this country. A modern day lynching in 2020.
In the small, in this tiny pocket.
And body burned left on the side of the road for no reason. And they're saying that this was not race motivated.
That is Tyshawn.
Do you guys agree with that? For some reason, it seems like it's been an ongoing occurrence of black people being lynched, and for some reason, the justice system is saying that this is not race motivated. It just seems a bit weird to me.
Here's Tyshawn. Bullshit. For all the Eugene boots.
Earlier today, I went to a little rally. I feel like a couple of you guys are probably there. And I heard a little bit about reform. I heard a little bit about not all cops are bad. I heard a little bit about this is a white-led revolution. And I think I see a lot of faces that would agree with me when I say this. That
you talk to me like
we need to abolish the police. There's no more time for reform. That shit is over. Reform is no longer possible. There's no way that we can reform and put our trust in a system that is...
Beatbox of the LRAD. Next time the LRAD comes, I will. What was dude's stream? Andrew Mikado on YouTube. If you guys go over to anybody other streams, make sure you guys are booping people everywhere you go tonight. Boop, boop, boop.
Complacency.
Let them know Boot Troop has arrived.
Now, I talk about this a lot. Before, there was around 20,000 people marching every single day. And now there's not. At one point, there was probably 10,000 people down at the JC every single night for about a week straight. And now there's not. Because people get too comfortable. We've been protesting for over 100 days. We can't get comfortable now. We gotta keep fighting. Day in and day out. That's all I gotta say. Clap for our black women. No, clap for our black women. You gotta understand
man, he's still a kid. I don't even think you can go and drink yet. He haven't had a chance to get his first drink legally yet. Clap for our black leader. I'm gonna tell you again. He hasn't had a chance to go to Vegas and put chips on the table legally yet. Clap for our black leader. That's what you taking for granted. And I might take for granted as well that we got people out here that haven't had a chance to experience certain things. My son missed graduation, and a lot of other kids this year couldn't graduate.
Look at the moon.
Like everybody else. So we have.
No, you don't got to drop your unit, Thomas.
On our behalf, for some things that we should have fought for harder. Young leader, I need you to clap for our young black leaders. Oh, he got one more thing to say.
This is just a safety thing. If you are not black, do not break shit unless a black person tells you it is okay. You are putting black and brown bodies in danger. So if you are not black, do not be breaking shit. Don't provoke the police and just throw something at them and run away. That's not how we do shit. We are here to protect black and brown bodies. If that's not what you're here for, then take your ass home.
Don't go home, bro. Listen to what he said. No, we need everybody out. We don't need nobody to go home. Now, if you're not gonna comply, yeah, you probably better off going home. Clap if you're alert. I don't know. We got something look like Mad Max vehicle over here. I'm not sure what that is. Clap if you're alert over here. This is getting more and more like a scene from Mad Max. All right, that's going. Everybody over there, clap if you all right. Over there by the light in the corner.
Will you hold this thing up here real quick?
They can't hear me. Clap over there on the other side of the park if you can hear me or make some noise over there. All right. And everybody over here clap again if you're alert.
Thank you for coming out for Black Lives, showing your support. But I just want to make it known to y'all. About how America does not care about black women. And that's, and I just continue to ask myself, why? Why doesn't America care about black women? Why? Why do I have to grow up in a world where everybody hates my skin color? And also, I want y'all to think, imagine being black in America. On top of that, imagine being a woman. It's hard. It's rough. This country wasn't built for us. This country was not built for us. We were not meant to live in this country because the system has constantly been built against us. The system was built against us. So when y'all come out here and you show your support, it means a lot. But you need to protect your black women. We need to protect them. We are out here to protect them. We are not out here to make noise for us. We are not out here to set shit on fire. If we're angry, let us do that. Let us take out our anger, because we've been angry our whole lives. So thank you. I want you to understand the importance. I want you to understand that a black woman who got murdered in her bed did not get justice. It's been 190-something days. For what? Everyone should understand that what happened to Breonna Taylor was not okay. Her murderers need to get arrested. And we need to tell the world.
Yeah, they're following.
White privilege is being unaware of the world that lives right under your feet, that you undoubtedly walk over daily. A fact. Every highway and interstate that crosses over every highway and interstate that crosses over America covers what some of you would call the ghetto. And some of you don't realize it, but every day that you get into your car, you are driving over the people who have been suppressed in our system. You are driving over the people who are screaming out for your help. The ones who are dying. The ones who don't receive proper medical care. The ones who are trying to survive living on low income.
All right. I'm going to start the stream before shit happens and it gets too late again.
Can you hear
Everybody,
it is too often.
Turn on your post notifications and follow the page and get ready to
keep me great again, when in fact your country has never been great to begin with. Our country's greatness climaxed at the Great Depression, where our economy crashed and the wealth belonged to the people with the right to speak. Do you see a trend? In the face of a pandemic, our economy is dying and the ones with the loudest voice have the most power. And our freedom of speech is slowly being erased from history. Speak up. Dear America, how dare you say land of the free when your land was stolen and built by the people who were stolen from their own land. We may no longer be slaves, but we're enslaved to your conditions. We are enslaved by our lack of freedom that you have strategically weaved into our skin-deep system. I'm a good person, and I don't pose a threat, but one look at my skin, and they see me one as anyway. Our skin is not a weapon, yet your white skin-proof system somehow still goes skin deep. You have colonized and weaponized a culture as to call warfare on my people. And see, that's the problem with racism. It's always your people against my people. And while they say it should be everyone against racism.
Can you return someone's property? But they can't shine the light back.
You took his property. Return it.
Like I'm not.
I'm not.
They just said keeping. I'm not.
Your property. You have no right.
You owe me $30 right now. You owe me $30 right now, motherfucker.
Hold up. Y'all see how they had to make that officer leave, right? Yeah. So that's that bullshit that we talking about. That's why they put the
matter. I need y'all to remember the lives enslaved. We have been chained. Congratulations. Into cages. We are shot and suffocated to be thrown into coffins. And our blood not only is it in our streets that you took, our blood is pooling in your hands. Hands that we are told were only supposed to serve and protect us. Yet we serve you and respond with yes, sir. And when our hands are up and we are no longer a threat, their job is not done. They are still the slave patrol, policing a people. And as if hearing the words, I can't breathe, and feeling the last breath of air make its final exit, how the fuck is that not enough? Enough to see that when you are killing a human being, enough to see that when somebody's body is failing, their see is not a dying human. They see an animal that needs to be put to rest. An animal that is no longer trained and conditioned to their likings. A need to fulfill white power because we no longer work on the fields as your property. And yet we clock in and retain your power as we make your corporations billions of dollars while we settle on low income in our communities and our cities, fight redlining and gentrification. We do the work. And like a pyramid, you sit at the top as we pave every step of your American wealth. Dear America, why are we the victims?
Let's hear it for the roof Koreans, guys.
So they treated us differently. They learned Mississippi from what seemed to be a nursery rhyme. I remember you were a cool kid if you could spell Mississippi. And you were even cooler if you could jump rope to it. And for once, I thought I sounded educated. I thought that I had an equal shot at my education. But we learned differently, and so they treated us differently. They learned Mississippi from what seemed to be a nursery rhyme. I learned how to spell it when I saw the movie Mississippi Burning. If you haven't seen it, you should. I was 7 years old. I didn't need a catchy song to remember. I remembered those people who looked like me, and they were burning. And the fear I saw in their eyes became the same exact fear in mine. See, we are taught different. Our childhoods were stripped from our innocence, and things that you did not have to worry about, we did. So, dear America, where was the same anger you have from burning buildings when my people are burned alive in the streets? When the man from Ohio was just burning alive in the streets, and no one is talking about it. We are tired of making your America great again. We are tired of being your stepping stool. We've carried you for way too long. Your America that continues to redline and segregate minority groups, as you casually call it, the hood. Your America where black people make up 38% of the prison population, which is modern slavery. Your America where children are separated from their families, and sometimes their only sense of freedom comes when they see God face to face. They are starving, and they are dying in cages. And we are tired of the empty promises that cost us our lives and our sanity while you scream out ghettos, delinquents, thugs, and criminals. Another story. When I was in 5th grade, my teacher called me a delinquent. a backhanded compliment that she tried to sweeten by saying it wasn't my fault. What she meant to say is that I'm black and that's all she sees. I'm black and that's all I'll ever be. I'm just part of that statistic. And the sad thing is, a lot of us will become your statistic. A lot of us will prove you right. And not because you are. We'll prove you right because your system doesn't allow you to be wrong. In the same grade, a middle schooler shoved me into the toilet, and when I pulled myself back together after crying on the floor of a stall, I casually went back to class and never said a word. I was so scared that the teacher would see the fear in my eyes, and part of me wanted her to. But her ignorance saw a kid, a little black kid who took a little too long in playing in the sink my first detention. And even as me being a little black kid and my teacher a full-grown white adult, the racism I faced was chalked up to bullying. It's just what kids do. Sticks and stones, get over it. When I was 12, my teacher suggested therapy. And the therapist asked me what I didn't love about myself, and although
misconception, I think, is that whenever we are talking about KGB, for some strange reason, starting from Hollywood movie makers to professors of political science and quote-unquote experts on Soviet affairs, or Kremlinologists as they call themselves, they think that the most desirable thing for Andropov and the whole KGB is to steal blueprints of some supersonic jet, bring it back to Soviet Union and sell it to the Soviet military-industrial complex. It's only partly true. If we take the whole time, money, and manpower that the Soviet Union and KGB in particular spends outside of USSR border, we will discover, of course there are no official statistics unlike with CIA or FBI, that the espionage as such occupies only 10 to 15% of money, time, and manpower. 15% of the activity of KGB. The rest, 85%, is always subversion. And unlike a dictionary of English, Oxford Dictionary, subversion in Soviet terminology means always a destructive, aggressive activity aimed to destroy the country, nation, or geographical area of your enemy. So there's no romantics in there, absolutely. No blowing up bridges, no microfilms in Coca-Cola cans, nothing of that sort. No James Bond nonsense. It's most of this activity is overt, legitimate, and easily observable if you give yourself time and trouble to observe it. But according to the law and law enforcement systems of the Western civilization, it's not a crime. Exactly because of misconception, manipulation of terms. We think that subverter is a person who is going to blow up our beautiful bridges. No. Subverter is a student who comes for exchange, a diplomat, an actor, an artist, a journalist like myself was 10 years ago. Now, subversion is an activity which is a two-way traffic. You cannot subvert an enemy which doesn't want to be subverted. If you know history of Japan, for example, before 20th century, Japan was a closed society. The moment a foreign boat comes to the shores of Japan, the Imperial Japanese Army politely tells them to get lost. And if American salesman comes to the shore of Japan, let's say 60 or 70 years from now back, and says, oh, I have a very beautiful vacuum cleaner for you, with the good financing, he says, please leave us, we don't need your vacuum cleaner. If they don't leave, they shoot them to preserve their culture, ideology, traditions, values intact. You were not able to subvert Japan. You cannot subvert Soviet Union because the borders are closed. The media is censored by the government. The population is controlled by the KGB and internal police. With all the beautiful glossy pictures of Time magazine and Magazine America, which is published by the American embassy in Moscow, you cannot subvert Soviet citizens because the magazine never reaches Soviet citizens. It's collected from the newsstands and thrown to garbage can. Subversion can be only successful when the initiator, the actor, the agent of subversion has a responsive target. It's a two-way traffic. United States is a receptive target of subversion. There is no response similar to that one from United States to the Soviet Union. It stops halfway somewhere. It never reaches here. The theory of subversion goes all the way back 2,500 years ago. The first human being who formulated the tactics of subversion was a Chinese philosopher by the name of Sun Tzu. 2,500 years BC. He was an advisor for several imperial courts in ancient China. And he said, after long meditation, that to implement state policy in a warlike manner, it's the most counterproductive, barbaric, and inefficient to fight on a battlefield. You know that war is continuation of state policy, right? So if you want successfully to implement your state policy and you start fighting, this is the most idiotic way to do it. The highest art of warfare is not to fight at all, but to subvert anything of value in the country of your enemy, until such time that the perception of reality of your enemy is screwed up to such an extent that he does not perceive you as an enemy, and that your system, your civilization, and your ambitions visible, better read than dead. That's the ultimate purpose, the final stage of subversion, after which you can simply take your enemy without a single shot being fired, if the subversion is successful. This is basically what subversion is. As you see, not a single mentioning of blowing up bridges. Of course, Sun Tzu didn't know about blowing up bridges. Maybe there were not that many bridges at that time. But the basics of subversion is being taught to every student of KGB school in USSR and to officers of military academies. I'm not sure if the same author is included in the list of reading for American officers, to say nothing about ordinary students of political science. I had difficulty to find the translation of Sun Tzu in a library of a university in Toronto and later on here in Los Angeles. But it's a book which is not available. It is forced to every student in USSR. Every student who is taught to be dealing further in his future career with foreigners. What subversion is? Basically, it consists of 4 periods, time-wise. If we start from here and go this way, time, right? This is the beginning point. The first stage of subversion is the process which is called, basically, demoralization. It says for itself what it is. It takes from, say, 15 to 20 years to demoralize a society. Why 15 or 20 years? This is the time sufficient to educate one generation of students or children. One generation, one lifetime span of a person, a human being, which is dedicated to study, to shaping up the outlook, ideology, personality. No more, no less. Usually it takes from 15 to 20 years. What it includes? It includes influencing, or by various methods, infiltration, propaganda methods, direct contacts, doesn't really matter. I will describe them later. Of various areas where public opinion is formulated or shaped. Religion, educational system, social life, administration, law enforcement system, military, of course, and labor and employer relations, economy. Okay? 5 areas. I will not write them down because we will not have enough space. Sometimes when I describe all the methods, students ask me question, are you sure this is the result of the Soviet influence? Not necessarily. You see, the tactic of subversion, about which I'm talking, is similar to the martial art, the Japanese martial art. If some of you are familiar with that tactic, probably you will remember that if an enemy is bigger and heavier than yourself, it would be very painful to resist his direct strike. If a heavier person wants to strike me in the face, it would be very naive and counterproductive to stop his blow. The Chinese and Japanese judo art tells us what to do. First to avoid the strike, then to grab the fist and continue his movement in the direction where it was before, right? Until the enemy crashes in the wall. You see? So, what happens here? The target country obviously does something wrong. If it's a free democratic society, there are many different movements within the society. There are obviously, in every society, there are people who are against this society. They may be simple criminals, ideologically in disagreement with the state policy, conscientious enemies, simply psychotic personalities who are against anything, right? And finally, there are a small group of agents of a foreign nation, bought, subverted, recruited, right? The moment all these movements will be directed in one direction, right? This is the time to catch that movement and to continue it until the movement forces the whole society into collapse, into crisis, right? So that's exactly the martial art tactic. We don't stop an enemy. We let him go. We help him to go in the direction we want them to go. Okay? So, on the stage of demoralization, obviously there are tendencies in each society, in each country, which are going to opposite direction from the basic moral values and principles. To take advantage of these movements, to capitalize on them, is the main purpose of the originator of subversion. So we have religion, we have education, we have social life, we have power structure, we have labor relations, unions, and finally we have law and order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay? These are the areas of application of subversion. What it means exactly? In case of religion, destroy it, ridicule it, replace it with various sects, cults, which bring people's attention, faith, whether it is naive, primitive, doesn't really matter. As long as the basically accepted religious dogma is being slowly eroded and taken away from the supreme purpose of religion, to keep people in touch with the supreme being, that serves the purpose. Therefore, replace it, accepted, respected religious organizations with fake organizations. Distract people's attention from the real faith and attract them to various different faiths. Education. Distract them from learning something which is constructive, pragmatic, efficient. Instead of mathematics, physics, foreign languages, chemistry, teach them history of urban warfare, natural food, home economy, your sexuality, anything, as long as it takes you away. Okay? Social life. Replace traditionally established institutions and organizations with fake organizations. Take away the initiative from people. Take away the responsibility from naturally established links between individuals, group of individuals, and society at large, and replace them with artificially, bureaucratically controlled bodies. Instead of social life and friendship between neighbors, establish social workers institutions. People who are on payroll of whom? Society? No. Bureaucracy. The main concern of social workers is not your family, not you, not social relations between groups of people. The main concern is to get the paycheck from the government. What will be the result of their social work doesn't really matter. They can develop all kind of concepts to show to the government and to the people that they're useful. Okay, away from the natural links, power structure. Okay, the natural bodies of administration, which are traditionally either elected by people at large or appointed by elected leaders of society, are being actively substituted by artificial bodies. The bodies of people, groups of people, whom nobody elected. Never. As a matter of fact, most of the people don't like them at all, and yet they exist. One of such group is media. Who elected them? How come they have so much power? Almost monopolistic power on your mind. They can rape your mind. But who elected them? How come they have a nerve to decide what is good and what is bad for the elected by you, president, and his administration? Who the hell are they? Spiro Agnew, who was hated by the liberal left, called them a bunch of enfeebled snobs. And that's exactly what they are. They think they know. They don't. The level of mediocrity. In a big establishment like New York Times, Los Angeles Times, major television network, you don't have to be excellent journalist. You have to be exactly a mediocre journalist. That's easier to survive. There's no competition anymore. You have your good, nice income, $100,000 a year. That's it. Whether you're better or worse doesn't really matter anymore. As soon as you're smiling to the camera and do your job. That's it. No more competition. Power structure slowly is eroded by the bodies and groups of people who do not have neither qualification nor the will of people to keep.
No license plates. You know, the thing is, anytime we see no license plates out here, the first thing we...
movies, you can see that in new movies, a policeman, an officer of the United States Army looks dumb, angry, psychotic, paranoid. A criminal looks nice, kind of, well, he smokes hash and shoots the whatever drug, but basically he's a nice human being. He's creative. And he's unproductive only because society oppresses him. Whereby a general of Pentagon is always, by definition, a dumb, a war maniac. A policeman is a pig, rude policeman. He abuses his power. You know? A generalization like that. The hatred, the mistrust to the people who are supposed to protect you and enforce law and order. Moral relativity. The Angelo Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles. Relativity. The Angelo Buono process lasted 2 years in Los Angeles. And yet there are still some lawyers who say, look, he's a nice character, as a matter of fact. There was some witness who said, also a criminal, who said, Well, he's a nice guy. I asked him one day to burn a house of my enemy, and he wouldn't do it. He's a nice fella. Erosion. A slow substitution of basic moral principles, whereby a criminal is not a criminal, actually. He's a defendant. Even if his guilt is proven, there is still a doubt. To kill or not to kill, to be or not to be. Thou shalt not kill, yes. But this line may not necessarily be applicable to a murderer. Thou shalt not murder. That should be the presumption, not that thou shalt not kill. Okay, labor relations. At this stage, within 15 to 20 years, we destroy the traditionally established links of bargaining between employer and employee. The classical Marxist-Leninist theory of natural exchange of goods. A person A has 5 sacks of grain and person B has 5 pairs of shoes. And the natural exchange without money is when they bargain between each other. And only with the introduction of the third force, C, an entirely third foreign stranger who says, no, don't give him 5 sacks of grain, give it to me. And you give me your 5 pairs of shoes, and I will distribute it accordingly. So the economy will go. This is the death of natural exchange, death of natural bargaining. Well, trade unions were established 100 years ago. The objective was to improve working...
I'm like, that's Black Zebra's line. I'm not letting that...
They're right because they had more money. Objectively, at that time, initially, the trade union movement did work. What we see now is that the bargaining process is no longer resulting in the compromise, which is leading objectively to betterment of working conditions and increase of salary. What we see is that after each prolonged strike, the workers lose. Even if they have 10% increase of their salaries, they cannot catch up due to inflation and due to missed time. More than that, millions of people suffer from that strike because economy now is interdependent. It's intertwined like one body. If previously steel workers, say 100 years ago, could strike and nobody would suffer, now it's impossible anymore. If a garbage collector strikes today, the rest of the multi-million city is stinking. I mean, there's no more service. In Quebec, for example, we had the electricians who were on strike in the middle of winter. You can freeze your bottom, and they still were on strike. Did they catch up with the salary? No, they lost. Who benefited? The leaders of trade unions. What is the motivation for strike? Improving of workers' condition? No, obviously it's not. Then what is it? Ideology. To prove to these capitalists. And the obedient horde of workers, like sheep, follow these people. And they cannot disobey. Why? Because if they do, you know what happens to them. Pickets, murders, shooting truck drivers by picketers. In Montreal, for example, I saw with my own eyes when I was correspondent of CBC, International, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, when the workers of aircraft factory destroyed computers and the equipment in the factory. And the administration employed strike breakers. Their cars were turned upside down and burned. Their houses were burned. Their kids were intimidated. And some victims were there. Of that you can be sure. Why? To improve conditions of workers? No. Ideology. Okay, so this is what happens basically. It may or may not happen without the help of the Soviet Union. But the natural tendencies are being greatly taken advantage of and capitalized by the Soviet propaganda systems. How? Whenever trade union strikes, we have influx of propaganda, mass media, ideological dissemination. The workers' right, and we repeat it like parrots. Yes, workers' right. Whose rights? Workers? No. The only freedom of worker to sell his labor according to his own desire and will is taken away from him. By whom? By trade union boss. Unlimited power is given. Responsibility. I want to sell my labor not for $2.50 an hour, but for $2. I don't have right. My freedom is denied to me. I know that if I sell my work for $2 an hour, not for $3 an hour, I will compete better with the other guy who is lazy and more greedy. I don't need $3. I need only $2. No, I was made to believe by media, by business, by advertising agencies that I need more and more and more. Have you ever heard any advertising on TV to consume less? No. No way. Whether you need a six-cylinder car or not, you have to buy it. And hurry up. When I was driving here on the local radio station, an excited announcer said, "You hurry up, rush and save, save, save. There is a pantyhose sale." Save by buying more. Of course. It would be too naive to expect that KGB makes that advertising agency to do such a crazy commercial. No, of course not. But what we did when I was working for Novosti Press, we would snow plow editorial offices, student organizations, religious groups with literature of class struggle, if not directly Marxism-Leninism propaganda, then a propaganda of the legitimate aspirations of working class, betterment of life, equality, mind you. President Kennedy once said, we will make America to believe that people are born equal. Are people born equal? Is there any mentioning in the Bible or any other holy scripture in any religion, if you don't believe me, go to the library and check it. There is not a single word about equality. Just the opposite. By your deeds, God will judge you. What you do is important. The merit of your personality. You cannot legislate equality. If you want to be equal, you have to be equal. You have to deserve it. And yet we build our society on the principle of equality. We say people are equal. We know it is false. It's a lie. Some people are tall and stupid. Others are short, bold, and clever. If we make them equal by force, if we put the principle of equality in the basis of our socio-political structure, it's the same thing as building a house on sand. Sooner or later it will collapse, and that's exactly what happens. And we, as Soviet propaganda makers, are trying to push you in the direction which you go yourself. Equality, yes, equality. People are equal. Land of equal opportunities. Is it true or not? Think about it. Equal opportunities. Should there be equal opportunities? For me, and for a lazy bastard who comes here from some other country and immediately registers as a welfare recipient, benefits? I never received a single dollar. No, sorry, I did receive once. But I never applied for welfare. For the 13 years, I took any job. Security guard, journalist, taxi driver, anything. Well, I was restless, but some people don't like it. They immediately. So why should we have equal opportunities? Why?
The equal opportunity to excel.
Equal opportunity in equal circumstances, yes, but we know people are different. To excel, yes, provided we reach the same level of excellency, perfection, which is hypothetical, distant future. Yes, maybe. But we know perfectly well that even with the best intentions, people could not be equal. Why should we have equality in the, say, legal system? Myself, I'm considering myself a law-abiding citizen, and a person who comes here to rob and shoot, say, the United States administration under Carter imported thousands of Cuban criminals. They were non-criminals, yet they were accepted. Do you think it's fair if myself and my wife from Philippines, who work like a, excuse me, horse as a lab technician in a hospital, should have the same rights as a criminal from Cuba? Why? And yet we repeat as parrots, equality, equality, equality. And the Soviet propaganda system helps us to believe that equality is something which is desirable. Democracy, as it was established by fathers of this country, of this system in the last century, is not equality. It's the system where different people, unequal people, have a chance to survive and help each other in constant competition, in constant perfection, not in equality, which is superimposed from a godfather or a nice person in Washington, D.C. And the absolute equality exists in Soviet Union, quote-unquote equality. Everybody is equal in dirt, except some people are more equal than the others in Politburo. So, the moment you bring a country to the point of almost total demoralization, when nothing works anymore, when you are not sure whether it is right or wrong, good and bad, but there's no division between evil and good, when even the leaders of church sometimes say, well, violence for the sake of justice, especially social justice, is justified in countries like Nicaragua, El Salvador, well, maybe Rhodesia, and we listen to them and say, yeah, probably it's true. Is it true? No, it is not true. Violence is not justified, especially for the sake of quote-unquote social justice introduced by Marxist-Leninists, that is my former colleagues from Novosti Press Agency. Okay, so we reached that point. The next step is destabilization. Again, this word says for itself what it is. To destabilize all the relations, all the accepted institutions and organizations in a country of your enemy. How you do it? You don't have to send a battalion of KGB agents to blow up bridges. No. You let them do it themselves. The area of application is, again, it's narrower now. Not like the previous case. The overt legitimate actions of the KGB in this case would be hardly noticeable. There is no crime if a professor who recently went to USSR introduces a course of Marxism-Leninism in a Californian college, for example. Nobody is going to come to his doorstep and say, okay, mister, come, you are under arrest. No, it's not a crime. It's not even considered a moral crime against your country. So the area of application here is narrowing down to economy, again labor relations, right? To law and order, plus military. And economy, law and order. Yes, and again the media, but wider scope, little bit different. I'll explain later. Okay, basically 3 areas. Economy. The radicalization of bargaining process. If on that stage we still could achieve, theoretically, some positive compromise between the negotiating sides with say, the arbitrary, introduction of arbitrary judges, a third side, objectively judging the demands of both sides. Here it's radicalization. On the stage of destabilization, we cannot come to compromise even within a family. The husband and wife couldn't figure out which is better. Husband wants his kids to eat at the table, and wife wants him, a child, to roam around the room and and drop food all over the floor. They cannot come to compromise unless they start a fight. It's impossible to reach a compromise, constructive compromise, between neighbors. Some people say, I don't like you to watering your lawn at that time because exactly at that time I'm walking my dog and he's getting nervous. He cannot pass his bowels, you know. So they cannot compromise. They go to a civil court or something like that. Radicalization of human relations. No more compromise. Fight, fight, fight. The normal, traditionally accepted relations are destabilized. The relations between teachers and students in schools and colleges. Fight. The relations between, in economical sphere, between laborers and employers are further radicalized. No more acceptance of the legitimacy of demands of workers. Unlike Japanese, with the theory Z, if you ever heard about it, where the workers are involved in the decision-making process, therefore they don't have moral incentive to fight their bosses. In the United States, it's just the opposite. The harder is the fight, the better. The more heroic they look. When the Greyhound network was on strike recently, the correspondents of local TV networks all over the United States were approaching the strikers, and they say, oh yes, we are doing something nice. They looked like heroes and they were proud. There was some family, the husband was a bus driver. Now they decided in a protest against the bosses to camp somewhere in the forest. And they were presented to the audience as a heroic, nice people. You see? The violent clashes between passengers, picketers, and the strikers are presented as something normal. 10, 15, 20 years ago, we would be angry, say, why so much hatred? Today we are not. We say, well, it's commonplace. Radicalization, militarization sometimes. As I explained on that stage, I took a step a little bit further. Shooting people. Okay, law and order now also is pushed into the area where previously people settled their differences peacefully and legitimately. Now we are getting with this court cases in the smallest irrelevant cases. We cannot solve our problems anymore. The society at large becomes more and more antagonistic between individuals, between groups of individuals, and the society at large. The media puts himself in the opposition to the society in general, at large. Separate, alienated. Okay? On that stage, you remember I was talking a couple of hours ago about the sleepers. That's when the students from, say, United States, if they are trained in Lumumba University, or developing nations, that's the students I was dealing with, are being sent back from the Soviet Union here. Or if they were already in the United States, in the country, which is an object of subversion, they spring to action. The sleepers go up. They slept for 15 to 20 years. Now they become leaders of groups, preachers, I don't know, public figures. Prominently they act. They actively include themselves in a political process. All of a sudden we see a homosexual. 15 years ago he did his dirty job and nobody cared. Now he makes it a political issue. A political issue. He demands recognition, respect, human rights, and he rallies a large group of people. And there are violent clashes between him and police, his group and ordinary people, no matter what. It's black against white, yellows against green, doesn't matter where the division line goes. As long as this group come into antagonistic clash, sometimes militantly, sometimes with firearms, that is destabilization process. The sleepers many of whom are simply KGB agents, become leaders.
All persons must immediately leave the area by traveling to the north or the west. Failure to adhere to this order may subject you to arrest, citation, or crowd control agents, including but not limited to tear gas and impact weapons. All persons must immediately leave the area to the north or the west.
So slowly just pushing everybody out of the park.
Failure to adhere to this order may subject you to arrest, citation, or crowd control agents, including but not limited to tear gas and impact weapons. All persons must immediately leave the area to the north or the west.
See that shit? They're coming on us. Push it up. They're pushing back. You see this shit? They're pushing back. You see this shit? Come on. Come on. Fuck about none of this shit. Red, one on one. See me fuck all this shit, bruh. I ain't fuck all this shit.
A reverend or some sort, Bishop Muzureva, like in Zimbabwe, doesn't matter. A savior comes and says, I will lead you. So we have two alternatives here. Civil war and invasion. Okay? See how it goes? Civil war, we know what it is. Lebanon is the best example. The civil war, which was artificially implanted in Lebanon by injection of force of PLO, Palestinian Liberation Organization. Invasion we have in many other countries like Afghanistan, name any East European country, it was invaded by the Soviet army. But the result is the same. The next stage is normalization. Normalization is a very ironic word, of course. It is borrowed from 1968 situation.
All persons must immediately leave the area by traveling to the north or the west.
And Marxists and Leninists are being eliminated physically sometimes. They've done their job already. Okay? They are not needed anymore. The new rulers need stability to exploit the nation, to exploit the country, to take advantages of the victory. Okay? So no more revolutionaries, please. And that's exactly what happens in a number of countries. You remember Bangladesh? This is the crisis in which I was instrumental.
Wow.
First one demoralized country, the second destabilized, the third one brought it to crisis. Goodbye, comrades. Babrak Karmal comes from Moscow and put into the seat of power. Same thing happened in Grenada recently. Maurice Bishop, Marxist, was killed by Austin, what's his name, General something, who was also a Marxist. Right? So no more revolutions, please. Normalization now. From now on, no more strikes, no more homosexuals, no more women lib, no more kid lib, no more lib, period. Good, solid, democratic, proletarian freedom.
I'm going left. Move! Move!
Fucking sell out pig, motherfucker.
Move!
You guys gonna be dressed in obey orders and move.
We don't have a clue!
Island of Grenada.
Look at you, fucking pig. Fuck you. Go hit him, dude. Hit him. Turn around and walk. Hold up. Robo pig right here, dude. Fucking robo pig. Fuck you.
Interference into domestic affairs. They're very careful not to let American administration to interfere in domestic affairs of Latin American countries. They don't mind Soviet Union interfere in these affairs. Okay. So to reverse this process, from here, it takes only and always military force. No other force on earth can reverse this process at this point. At this point, it does not take military invasion of the United States Army. It takes strong action, like in Chile. A CIA covert involvement to prevent the savior from outside to come into power and to stabilize country before it erupts into civil war. Country before it erupts into civil war. Okay? Support the right-wing conservative forces. By money, by crooks or love, doesn't matter. Stabilize the country. Don't let the crisis develop into civil war or invasion. Oh no, your liberals will say it's against the law. The Congress will not appropriate money for covert actions of CIA. Why not? Should we wait till the normalization come and Soviet tanks land in Los Angeles airport? Now, at that point, at the point of destabilization, also the process could be reversed. Again, easily than this. No CIA involvement at this point. You know what it takes here? Restriction of some liberties for small groups which are self-declared enemies of the society. As simple as that. Oh no, the media and liberals will tell you this is against the American Constitution. How can we by force deny the civil rights to criminals, for example. It's not good. Okay? So we allow them to. Okay, if you allow the criminals to have civil rights, go on and bring the country to the crisis. This is a bloodless way to do. Curb the rights. I mean, not to put them in prison. No, I'm not talking about putting all the gays from San Francisco in the concentration camp. Do not allow them to take political force. Do not elect them to the seats of power, whether it is municipality level, state level, or federal level. It has to be beaten in the heads of American voters that a person like that in the seats of power is an enemy. Do not be afraid of this word. It is an enemy. If he is not an enemy here, he will be here. Later on, he will be shot, of course. But at this point, he is an enemy. Okay? You are doing great service by denying him a right to capitalize on his own crazy ideas and become a powerful man, a man who uses the seat of power. Restriction of certain freedoms and permissiveness at that point would prevent sliding into crisis and probably will return the process of destabilization. To curb unlimited power, monopolistic power of trade unions, here, at that point.
Yeah, you already told me that's terrible. You need to get like a lottery ticket or something.
in the direction of consumerism. No company must have a right to force you into buying more unless you want it. There must be a law. You want to advertise your car? Okay. But not a single mentioning of buying it now and saving money. It must be against the law to force people to consume more.
Yeah, like shoved this blind person and then arrested their guide.
Did that happen?
Yeah, there's a blind person right there, and the person being arrested is her guide.
Coming in.
Can we cross right now? Yeah, let's do this. Where should we go? Well, shit. Should we cross right now? Phil, you want to cross?
Yeah, I guess we're crossing. Oh, my gimbal's all sideways now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, tell me about it.
In the pinned comments. Make sure you guys are following this page. Appreciate you guys all so much.
Less than a year. Why? Where's workmanship? Well, we want you to buy more. Okay. Destabilization process could be easily overcome if, as I say, the society, by its own will or after persuasion by the leaders, will come to the idea of self-restraint. It's so hard we want to consume more, but you have to. Unless you will come to this stage, when, as we say in Russia, if Sahara Desert ever becomes a communist state, there will be shortage of sand. So you have to curb your... You have to curb your expectations at this point before it's too late. But no, we don't want to do it. Demoralization process. Again, it's the easiest thing to reverse. First of all, by restricting import of propaganda. The easiest thing to do. Unlimited, unrestrained import of Soviet literature, Soviet journalists, giving Soviet propaganda and ideological agitators equal time on American TV network. It has to be stopped. And it's easy. They won't be offended, mind you. As a matter of fact, they will respect America more. But when my former colleague Vladimir Posner appears on Nightline and Ted Koppel asks him, well, Vladimir, what do you think about this? And what can he think? He is an instrument of propaganda. He thinks what Comrade Andropov tells him to think. He's just a nice, articulate mouthpiece of the Soviet subversion system. And Ted Koppel makes you believe that my friend Vladimir Posner thinks the process of demoralization may not have started at all if at that point the country, which is a recipient of subversion, actively, not violently, but actively, prevents importation of foreign ideology. I don't want America to follow the pattern of ancient Japan. You don't have to shoot every foreigner when it approaches the sacred borders of the United States. But when he offers you a junk in the disguise of very shiny something, you have to tell him, no, we have our own junk. If at that point the society is strong, brave, and conscientious enough to stop importation of ideas which are foreign,
oh, that's crazy. I got the notification, bro went live, and I turn around and look, and he's right behind me. That's dope as fuck, though.
Not you, RJ. What is going on right? Like, what are they? I don't understand. Like, tactically, this makes no sense. You know, they're not covered on any flank. They're not covered on the rear. There's people on every side of them. See, like, this doesn't make sense. Hey, thanks, Mike. That's a good compliment. Appreciate that.
Is it true that they are so obsessed with sex? Can you imagine showing a movie where each 5 minutes there's a copulation on the screen to a country like India with long tradition of respect to these private matters, or to Pakistan?
Somebody fell. Figure it out. Keep moving. Amy, fall back. Amy, fall back. Amy, protect us. Oh my God. Amy, oh my God.
What I ran into, I don't know.
Did a very intensive research on the history of socialist countries. He calls socialist or communist any country with a centralized economy and a pyramidal style of power structure. And he discovered, actually he didn't discover it, he just brought to attention of his readers, that civilizations like Mohenjo-Daro in the River Indus area, like Egypt, like Maya, Incas, like Babylonian culture, collapsed and disappeared from the surface of Earth The moment they lost religion, as simple as that, they disintegrated. Nobody remembers about them anymore. Well, distantly.
Oh, they let me go.
Y'all just trampled him into the fucking ground!
Trampled a 70-year-old man! You'll trample now!
You're worthless goddamn coward!
What is wrong with you?
Does it make you feel big and powerful?
That's Richard! He didn't do it! Trampled Richard? You're a fucking cunt!
You get off on oppression.
Oh, we got him up. We got him up. I don't know. Don't get him arrested.
And prevent subversion. In other words, not to be a victim of subversion. Don't try to be a person who in judo is trying to smash your enemy and being caught by your hand. Don't strike like that. Strike with the power of your spirit and moral superiority. If you don't have that power, it's high time to develop it. And that's the only answer. That's it.
Thank you.
Trust the line.
You can move faster. You're resisting me. I'm going to push you. Let's go. Move. Let's go. Go faster. Go. Move faster, please.
I have a disability and it's as quickly as I can.
It's time to get going. It's time to get going. We're going to start thinking tonight. Get going. Get going.
This is neither direction! I mean, that was the direction they were pushing us, right?
Move behind me or in front of me. Move behind you. Get over there. You're getting on the line. I'm just fucking shooting shit. Like, do you know how many projectiles we take for people wearing dress? Do you know that's not my... I don't care. Let's go. Move. Behind the line, get over there! Move to your right! Move to your right! Move to your right! Accountability to that. He puts me into you! Talk to your boy!
Come on! You're getting behind our line! Do not get behind our line! I'm gonna push you! Faster!
We'll run! We'll run!
going in circles. This is right back where we started. Don't really understand what's going on here.
You with the can, get on the sidewalk. Keep moving, let's go!
Let's go.
Come on.
Keep moving. Yes, I can't.
Go, keep moving.
On your side, you're blocking our way. You need to move. Let's go. Get out of the way. Let's go. If you stop, and you go up behind the continue to push, let's go.
Keep moving, let's go. Come on, I'm gonna push you. Keep moving, come on. Let's go. Out of the street! Out of the street!
That was a little ridiculous. This is where we just were. It was like Ring Around the Rosie. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Is it
10
damaged?
minutes, oh, it's all fucked up.
Everyone was telling us about your phone. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's fucking shattered,
Yeah,
but you know.
it's got some damage on it.
And on the,
look
look at this.
Are you able to be? Oh, on the back of the camera.
The lens.
Man, are you able to get a steady stream though, or no?
I don't know. I mean, it's fine.
Okay, dude. Let us know what you need.
Each and every brown person,
What's up, Mom?
black person out there with those white
Yup, you know the vibes. What's up, Mom?
mic from the fucking back. You goddamn traitor. There's absolutely no reason why you should be standing with these people and they're killing your people. You're working with them. You have blood on your hands. White cops, your privilege is showing. Excuse me, I mean your white supremacy.
How do you spell Nazi? How do you spell Nazi? How do you spell Nazi? How do you spell Nazi?
Because cops and clans all
You think the Cowboys are gonna be out here tonight, though?
fucking fascism, and you're upset that we don't like it. Antifa is short for anti-fascism. Y'all are calling that a terroristic organization? How, bro? Got people turned against Antifa, this hateful organization. Y'all remember when Antifa was filling in the fucking
getting ready to
potholes? What were you
rush.
bitches doing? Y'all remember when they were up there providing mutual aid for the folks that you guys were single-handedly helping create hate and wreak havoc on the city of Portland? Where the fuck were you maggots at? Y'all ain't shit.
Yo, everybody serious. Just pound those hearts, please.
Thinks you're useless. Your motherfucking governor thinks you're useless. Your president thinks you're fucking useless. Your mama. You're a fucking disgrace. Fuck you all. Especially the ones that are standing up there with a fucking smirk on your face. One of y'all knows something that knows something that knows something about some of these youths y'all killed and abused in these streets. And y'all are still working with them maggots? Y'all ain't shit.
Yeah.
So if you're a streamer, guys, start building up your other platforms. What the heck? Are we going back to the Justice JC then, I'm guessing?
I think that's what the plan is, yeah.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, I'm good. We open. Good. Just a little out of breath.
Dude, for the roof Koreans.
Yes, that's right, Pat. This is just erupted.
Why are we the victims?
That's all I was trying to do.
Yeah, for sure. We should go back to the JC. They've never won that long. The police?
I don't know.
They
just normal.
Back finally. And like, welcome home.
Are you home?
Yeah. Hey guys, it's Portland.
How was it over there? On the other side, a little bit.
It was wild.
Wild?
Yeah, it was wild.
He went that way, I'm
There was
pretty
some amazing stuff, some incredible, beautiful stuff, and then like there was sorry guys. Dawson basically is family, man. Yeah, he's a bit borderline family. That way it gives me a reason to, or the rights to rough on him.
You going home? I'm here. I'm not gonna leave you.
What?
I'm not gonna leave you. Let's go. You wanna? What are you trying to do? Are you still streaming?
I'm about to. I'm on Twitter now.
You're on the Twitter.
Yeah, I'm about to fucking. I'm just trying to leave. Bro.
Oh, you're tired. You tired, huh?
No, I've got a meeting.
You have a meeting.
Yeah, I've got a meeting.
Oh man.
Oh man, him and Baloo double teamed me one night and Chase. I have bad dreams about that night, man. No jokes. You two came at me. I couldn't get away from you. It scared me to death. I was so nervous. Hit it. Hit it up here.
Let's see how accurate you are.
Oh!
Sniper. Yeah,
He got
Did
sniped.
Did
He got sniped. He just clipped me. Ow! All over me. You nasty mother. I don't got a chest. You nasty. He said, there you go. I'll tell you guys what though, man. That's Little Ninja. You guys made it. What's up? How you doing? But yeah, so when you come out here enough, guys, you start seeing a lot of familiar faces. in every walk of life. And so you get to that point where you get to know each other pretty well. So it's kind of nice when the night starts getting kind of intense and windy. I know what y'all are up to. I know what y'all are up to. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you drive cars like that on purpose?
What's that?
Don't let anyone in here, won't
Just about, yeah.
I don't know if that car's like that. Were you here for all the fun?
What?
Were you here for all the fun a few minutes ago?
Oh yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we got bowled up over there.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I ended up walking around and following the cops.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
It's better following them than them following
got
you.
Yelled at, got a gun pointed at me. You better not be behind us. It's like, I guess not, huh?
You're like, I can't help it because you're in front of me. I'll switch you places gladly.
Yeah, I just looked at the cop. I'm like, but it's a really good shot. I mean, come on.
You're like, can I look right down the barrel of your gun, please? So yeah, little man we've seen him out here several times, man.
Oh, the little guy?
Yeah. And him and Baloo one night right over across the street over here, they were chasing me, and it was the scariest thing ever because you got big ass Baloo, and the little man kept moving at me. Really, I'm not gonna lie.
Why were they after you?
Oh, they were just joking around. We were just messing around, having a laugh.
Yeah, he was just in a cop's face, something fierce.
Oh, little man?
Little guy. He was just, you motherfucking bitch, why don't you put that gun down? Come over here, I'll fuck you up. I was like, holy shit, dude, you got more balls than I got.
They will go hard, real hard.
Damn.
They'll climb you.
Yeah. I gotta show everybody the fence and the wall over here real fast.
Do you think it's gonna continue?
What's
or
up, Barbara?
That's it for the evening.
Depends how many people recongregate. It could be that was like the last.
They might still be getting pushed. Hey, stream. On other videos, are the cops still
People
pushing?
are obviously leaving right now.
Yeah. Hey, do you guys know? Are there any? Are they people getting pushed any other direction right now that you know of? Like, is there another group
Well, there's
that?
a group that got pushed down towards the river.
Okay, but the police, I think they all pulled out.
We were in that group.
Were you?
But we got set down the side
The other
street.
group was, just up there. Well, it's not even that late.
Soul's always looking for CJ.
No, I think it's 12.
I'm not hard to find, man. I got a big dome piece, and I usually have people around me.
It depends. I mean, one night we were out of here at 11
low
because they
fall.
came and dispersed people, but the crowd was like, 75, 100 people.
Oh, there he is.
So did they pretty quickly get people down?
Get
Body
him!
rolls.
Get him! So I had the most embarrassing New Year's Eve of my life. Y'all want to hear it real fast? Not a couple. It was one at the Champagne Ball at the Hilton here in Portland, probably 15 years ago. And
they told us they wanted us going west and north, pushed everyone.
my girlfriend at the time and I came down. I didn't normally drink, and I proceeded to get thoroughly inebriated, and ended up on camera, like just doing body rolls all night for like 3 hours, and then I'm pretty sure I got alcohol poisoning, and woke up in a bathtub in a hotel room, bucket ass naked. Sorry, Mom. That's a true story. And it wasn't like in a fun, friendly kind of way. It was like one of those, you're in a bathtub, you better check for your kidneys type thing.
Injuries that causes,
It wasn't good. It was a bad experience all around the board. I mean, my girlfriend at the time was super cool about it. She went to the hospital with my best friend, made sure he was taken care of when he got his stomach pumped and everything, or whatever happened there. And he was doing just fine. And then she took me to sushi the next morning on a hangover, borderline dead, thinking that was a good idea. And the woman on the sushi joint came up to me with the little thing of like sake or something. She's like,
I remember
smell this. It's a bit of the hair of the dog or whatever she said. And immediately I started vomiting under the table. It was so atrocious.
I don't think
so atrocious. Worst night ever. Yeah. Nope. She did not. She was in the hospital with my bestie. So you look a little into letting us send you stars. Looking to letting us send you stars. Yeah, I'll check into it, Ethan. I'm not sure how to do stars, but I'm sure Mod Squad, you guys know how to do stars, right? And then we can figure that out. I don't know what they are, honestly. And Richard? Old guy Richard? Oh, you from Kenosha, Richard?
Like during the campaign, a lot of the men's room air blowers had these little signs above the button that says "Push for a political announcement from President Obama." And then the other one, I was thinking about the story. It goes something like this. I'm supposed to say, I met the most interesting person in the lobby, and he was from a little tiny kingdom called Hunza, and he talked strange. He said to me, "Are you Mr. Griffin?" And I said, "Yes, I am." And I've read your book, and so forth. It goes on like that. Finally, I'm supposed to say, "What country do you come from?" Hunza. Hunza, that's a little remote country over near northwest Pakistan, isn't it? Yes, it is. And I'm supposed to say, well, where did you learn your English? And he's supposed to say, shortwave radio. You see the inspirations you can get in the men's room. So now to the real topic. Now, the other interesting thing is that right off the bat, you were given some misinformation.
Hey, PK, what's up? Yeah, I'm trying to be. So
11, there's the 7-Eleven that everyone knows and loves. We're almost to the Justice Center. We're just a block away right now.
Systemic oppression. What the fuck they did to Breonna?
The night, spent hours and hours preparing a speech. I had all my notes ready, and I was ready to go. And I thought, boy, this is about a 2-hour speech. I wonder how much time I have. And so I got here this morning, and I asked the sponsor, I said, how much time do I have? And she said, oh, about 45 minutes. I said, well, I hope I can squeeze a 2-hour speech down into that. And she laughed. Everybody laughed except me, because I knew that was really the truth. And then I got to looking at the program. And then I realized that we had some speakers here prior to my appearance that have already covered the general topic that I had intended to cover, which was the New World Order and things relating to that. And I thought, well, I'll just be covering new material. So, make a long story short, I decided to change the topic. And about an hour ago, up in my room, I just dashed out. The whole thing is here, so it's not so intimidating as that stack of cards that I had. So instead of boring you with a long, prepared speech, I'm going to bore you with a short, unprepared speech. So, and the new title of my presentation is Thoughts About the Meaning of the Errors of Russia. Now, there are two approaches to this topic. I realized after looking at the literature that you could approach that topic from a theological perspective or from an ideological perspective. Well, I'm certainly not qualified to do the first. You have plenty of speakers here who are quite capable to do that.
And I got his back. And I got his back. I got his back.
Excuse me, officer, 2nd Avenue is open to vehicular traffic. Excuse me.
No, you don't have to.
They don't want to drive down 2nd Avenue.
Well, you got each other, and that's good.
It does help. Yeah.
Lens for lens? About 2 for 2.
This is dropped like 10 times.
But it's still staying the test of time, right?
There's my
No, just politically. Oh, just what's happening. Yeah.
Breonna Taylor! Breonna Taylor!
Documentary form right now? Is that okay. Personally, I think that's going to be director.
So, Instagram's still getting ready to use that test.
Now, was Kenosha first one running you guys? Because I swear I've seen you. Have you been here before? Down here is where I think you guys have been down here, right?
Yeah, we live here,
Yeah.
so we're here.
Okay, so this is where I've seen you.
Oh, really?
Okay. Yeah, I've been down here covering the jump.
Okay.
So, well, I'm from Seattle, so
Okay.
I was covering everything in CHOP.
Gotcha.
And
we have.
yeah, so yeah, that's where it started for me. And then I started doing like this.
Guy shelf, and this is the bad guy shelf down here. Well, I have a lot of books in the bad guy shelf, and a lot of them were from people who thought that communism was the best social ideology that you could have, And some of them who disagreed, they thought maybe fascism or Nazism was the best. And so I have a lot of books written from that perspective as well. And over the years, without any intention of doing so, I amassed quite a library written by a lot of bad guys that we would call bad guys, at least in this part of the world. There are parts of the world, of course, where these people still are revered. But we think of them as the bad guys because we never had those regimes in our countries, or we didn't think we did anyway. And in studying that literature, I began to be aware that there were certain commonalities to them all, and that we were really talking about something deeper than those words: communism, fascism, Nazism, socialism, liberalism, whatever you want to call it. And I realized that we're kind of living in a world that's like the Tower of Babel. We use these words, and people get into fierce arguments and disagreements over the meanings of those words because they don't agree on the meanings. You've got this dichotomy of communists versus fascists, and they fight wars, don't they? You think they're on the opposite side, but when you examine communism and fascism or Nazism, you think, not an awful lot of difference between those two. And you get big arguments between capitalists, so-called, and socialists, so-called, and liberals and conservatives and Democrats and Republicans, and all of these words are flying around, and nobody really can define what they mean. They have an emotional understanding of them. But when you ask them to define the word, it seldom agrees with the dictionary definition. And even if it does, it doesn't have any depth to it. People respond emotionally, depending on how they feel about it. Is it good or is it bad? And yet they can't really define it. And there is a very good reason, is because there's no difference in essence between most of these apparently opposing points of view. And I'm going to talk about that today. I discovered that in examining all of these philosophies and written by all these bad guys that wrote all those books that fill up that bottom shelf in my garage or library, I found that there were certain commonalities, and I've identified 6 of them, which there are more, but I think the 6 are probably the dominant ones. And if we understand even 2 of the 6, we're pretty well on the road to mastering this topic. So as time permits today, I'd like to discuss these concepts. And I'll just mention what they are before I get to them. The first one involves the origin of rights, the origin of human rights. Where do they come from? And you will find 2 camps on one side and on the other. And these camps are, the word is collectivism. Collectivism is the word, ladies and gentlemen. Communism is a variant of collectivism. Fascism is a variant of collectivism. Nazism, a variant. And all of these isms, if you really look at them, they're all the same substance underneath. If you peel off the label and you ignore the design of the uniforms worn by the military of those regimes, and if you ignore the design of the nationalistic flags that are flown over the capitals of those regimes, and you get down to the hardcore of what they believe, you'll find that they believe exactly the same. And so I mentioned one of them which is the origin of human rights. The second one is the issue of group supremacy. The third one is the issue of coercion versus freedom in attempting to bring about reform. The fourth one is the issue of equality versus inequality. Is that good or bad? The fifth one is the role of private property. And the sixth one is the proper role of the state. So as time permits, let's plunge right into these, and I hope I don't bore you too much with them. To me, they're fascinating topics because they make you think, and they also have a profound impact on what kind of a world we're going to live in, or what kind of a world we're going to leave for our children and our grandchildren. Now, I might add that collectivism, as we'll discuss shortly, has become the official ideology of the world. It's embodied in the official documents of the United Nations today, but we're going to come to that at the end of this. So let's start with the very first of these 6 issues, which is the origin of rights. Now, the individualist, and I categorize myself as an individualist as opposed to a collectivist, the individualist believes that human rights are ingrained with the individual. They come with the individual. Some would say they are God-given rights because we're born with them. It's the difference between being hardwired or soft-wired. They're not added to us. They're part of us. The difference between hardware and software. So the individualist believes that human rights are intrinsic to the human being. The collectivist, on the other hand, believes that they are granted by the state. You don't have rights. You're given rights by the state, and you should be grateful for them. Now, there's an important difference there, and if you read the documents of all of these totalitarian systems of the world, including the United Nations Draft Covenant on Human Rights, it's said in plain English. In the UN Covenant document says, for example, in the exercise of these rights granted by the state, and that's a direct quote, and on and on and on. And they list all these wonderful rights that you have, rights of freedom of speech and, freedom of assembly and right to a job, right to health care, right to travel, right to form into a trade union, all of these rights. Oh, it just sounds wonderful. But when you read those documents, you'll find that there's a gimmick in all of them. First time I became aware of this is when I was reading the Soviet Constitution. It reads wonderfully well, by the way. You ought to go down to your local communist bookstore and get a copy of the Constitution of the former Soviet Union if you want to really read something that sounds wonderful, because all these rights are listed. But you'll notice that in every one of them it says, you're granted this right. For example, the citizen is granted the right to freedom of speech, absolutely, except what? Except what? Except as may be determined by law. Every one of them has that, except as granted by law, except as defined by law. In other words, you've got these rights until they pass a law and take it away from you. How simple can you get? But people don't see that. If you would read these documents with half as much care as you would read a used car sales contract, you wouldn't sign them. And yet millions, if not billions of people around the world have signed on to these contracts, except as may be provided for by law. Now, how different that is from the U.S. Constitution. Forgive me, here I am outside the United States talking about the United States Constitution, but that's the one I know most about. But I thought it was a brilliant document because in the Bill of Rights it says Congress shall pass no law respecting the right of freedom of speech, religion, assembly, right to bear arms, and so forth. Not except as may be provided for by law, but no law. Get it? In other words, it's like that parking sign. I love it down near the cleaners near in my little town. It says, don't park here, and don't even think about parking there either. You know, it says no parking. No law, and that's a difference. So that's the difference, one of the differences between individualism and collectivism, and that is that the rights do come with the individual. They're either God-given or however you want to describe them, they're ingrained, they're hardwired with the individual. Whereas all collectivist ideologies believe that rights are granted by the state. Now you see the bottom line there, I know you've already understood this 3 times at least, but if the state can grant you your rights, then they have every right to take them away as well. And if you think about that, everybody would say, I am an individualist on this issue. Okay. That was certainly an error of Russia, because they had adopted that principle in Russia, in the Soviet Union, that rights were granted by the state. So now we move to the second one. This is perhaps the most profound of them all, maybe the platform of them all. The collectivist believes that the group is more important than the individual, that the individual must be sacrificed, if necessary, for the greater good of the greater number. How many times have we heard that? I was taught that in school. I thought it made sense. I mean, after all, that's just like democracy, isn't it? The greater good for the greater number, the majority rules, et cetera, et cetera. I thought that sounded like a great principle until I began to think about it and began to run across some literature by a lot of wise people that lived years and years ago and talked about this sort of thing, literature that I was not exposed to in school. First of all, let's challenge that idea. What about the group? What is the group? Can you point to a group? Have you ever seen a group? No? You haven't. You've seen individuals, a lot of them. But this thing called group doesn't exist. It's a concept in the mind. It's an abstraction. It's a mathematical concept. It represents more than one person, but itself, it doesn't exist as a real thing. It's an abstraction. You cannot see a group. You can only see individuals. You cannot see a forest. You can only see trees. Only trees are real. Only individuals are real. The rest is an abstraction. It's a mathematical concept of the mind. And when you start to say that this abstraction that doesn't really exist has rights that are superior to the rights of individuals who do really exist, you've made a terrible, terrible mistake. Because you set in motion an ideology which allows the rulers or the demagogues, the leaders of this imaginary group, to stand up and say, I speak on behalf of the group. I will tell you what is best for society. I speak for the people. And now you're on that slippery slope of the people this and the people that, and we represent the people when in fact it's an oligarchy always of one or two or small group of people that rule the whole regime in the name of the group. And every atrocity that you can imagine throughout history has been committed in the name of the greater good of the greater number. Most of the wars of history and many of the atrocities of our current day are being justified in the name of this is good for society, or it's good for our nation, or if we don't do this now, whatever the argument is, it's that we must sacrifice individuals in order to provide a greater benefit for a greater number of people. Now, it's hard to get over that. It was for me because I had lived with that concept for so long as a young man, and I thought, wait a minute, there's got to be something wrong here. And then I began to think, no, I was tricked. For example, this idea of democracy, the rule of the majority, that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? It brings us to the question of the difference between a republic and a democracy. I know that's a phrase that you probably have heard many times of people in this audience anyway. There have been books written on it and pamphlets written on it, speeches given on it and so forth. But still, people, what's the difference between a republic and a democracy? Now, we're talking about the classic definition of the word republic. Not today, it doesn't mean anything today. I mean, we got the Republic of China. Every dictatorship in the world calls itself a republic today. But classically, when the issue was brought up in the creation of the United States Constitution, and I'm back to that, the founding fathers of America had long discussions, and they exchanged letters and gave speeches about it, and they said, we do not want this country to be a democracy. That's the last thing we want. They said the democracy is the worst form of government imaginable because it always destroys itself. It feeds upon itself. It creates mob rule. And it just works so long as the majority can plunder the minority until finally everybody's plundering everybody else, and then it collapses and always goes into a form of dictatorship. And they said that over and over and over again. And they looked to history for examples, and they were right. They don't teach that in school now. In fact, they didn't teach it when I was going through, which was 3,000 years ago. And they had already forgotten it then. But it's a fact. So what is this difference between a republic and a democracy? Well, majority rule. Is that a good idea under all circumstances? Notice the phrase, all circumstances. What about a lynch mob? There's only one dissenting vote, and he's at the end of the rope. That's majority rule, is it not? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it is. That's majority rule, but that's not such a good idea either. Why not? It's because individuals have rights. Even individual of one against the group has a right to a fair trial at least. And so the difference between a republic in the classical definition and a democracy is the democracy is majority rule, end of discussion. As long as you can get 51% of the vote, then you can do anything you want to do to the other 49%. Too bad about you guys, but you lost. We're winners. That's the kind of world we live in today. Democracy. We do have democracies today. They didn't start out as democracies, but that's what they have become. But a republic says, no, you can't do that. The majority cannot deny the rights of the minority, even a minority of 1 against 100 million. Mathematics has nothing to do with it. It's the principle of the individual. You see, we're back to individualism versus collectivism. It's the principle of the supremacy of the individual. We have rights that are ingrained in us, and I don't care how many other people there are that want to take our rights away. They may be able to do so because they have all the numbers, but they don't have the right to do so. And so if we're putting together the kind of a philosophical program that we want the future to live by, we want our children and grandchildren to live by, and within, we better be very clear on the idea that the individual is the cornerstone of society and not the group. Because the whole purpose of the governments should be to protect the rights of the individual. If you remember, right in the preamble of the Declaration of Independence for the United States, it says it is the function of the state to protect the rights of the individual, not to grant them, but to protect the rights of the individual. Very important concept. And this is perhaps the most fundamental of all of the dividing lines between the individualists and the collectivists. Let's move on. I could talk and would like to talk more about all of these, but time does not permit. Here's a very important one, coercion versus freedom. You can always spot a collectivist mind because I have a very good friend, by the way. He denies that he's a collectivist, but boy, is he ever. If he sees something he doesn't like, if somebody throws a cigarette on the ground, you say, there ought to be a law. You know people like that. Maybe there are some here, I don't know. I kind of used to be that way myself before I thought it through. Ought to be a law. Put these people in jail that messed up that ground there. Everything we don't like, there ought to be a law. We want to force people to do what they should do. We don't want to give them freedom of choice. You know, why not? Because they might not do what we think they should do. And we're smarter than they. We're wiser than they are. We're better than they. We should rule. We should make the rules, and they should follow them. Speak up. That's the mentality. They will do it right. You see, that's the characteristic of collectivism, one of them that is present in all of these regimes. And they don't want to give people freedom of choice. Now, seatbelts is a good example. I mean, we all know that seatbelts are a good idea. The collectivist says you've got to wear seatbelts. You should wear seatbelts because if you're in an accident, it could save your life. So seatbelts are a good idea. Therefore, we'll pass a law, and if you don't wear seatbelts, you dummy, we're going to put you in jail. Individualists say, seatbelts are a good idea. I agree with that. People should wear them because if you're in an accident, you might get hurt without them. But we don't believe in forcing people to wear them. We believe in encouraging them. We believe in, especially in showing by our own good example what should be done. But we don't believe in using coercion, using law as an instrument of coercion to force people to do what we think they should do. Now, that is a very common element of all collectivist regimes, and certainly it was present in the Soviet Union, still present there, by the way, but it's probably more dominant in the Western world than we care to think. I was at a conference a couple of years ago, and I walked out, and I was stunned by this sign that was there right in front of the hotel. It says, I think it was $200 fine. It says no parking, or I got it right. It's handicapped only, $200 fine. $200 fine. Now, who wouldn't leave the space open for a handicapped person? And I took a picture of it, and on my website, I used my Photoshop, and I took out the $200 sign, and I put in, thank you. And then I put them side by side and said, what kind of a community would you like to live in? The one that's going to force you to leave the parking open for somebody, which you would gladly do under most conditions, or one that's going to charge you $200 if you don't do it. You see, this is the mentality that has crept into our society all around the world. And it's a common element of collectivism. Collectivists do not believe in freedom, really. They don't believe that freedom works. They don't think you can have a good society without compelling people under force of law, punishment, fines, imprisonment, and if necessary, execution, to make people do what they are supposed to do. The fourth element, equality versus inequality. Well, individualists believe that the law should treat everyone equally. Everybody gives lip service to that concept, don't they? Yeah, the law should apply to everyone equally. Do you know how many laws we have on the books that do not apply to everyone equally? Well, I don't either, but I'm going to guess from my survey, probably about 95% of them do not apply to everyone equally. There are exceptions. Take the tax laws, for example. Does everybody pay the same amount of tax? Heck no. It depends on your income bracket, your age, how many children you have, how much political influence you have, what part of the world you live in, what part of the country you live in, how many exemptions you have. Do you have any dependents? If you have any strong contacts in Washington, maybe you got a little bill passed that gives you a loophole. And that's the whole reason for those. How many books do they have? IRS rules, regulations, and laws. I guess they fill a whole room. Nobody's ever read them all. Every one of those pages is filled with exceptions to make sure that the law is applied unequally. That's the whole purpose of the income tax, is to make it unequal. And the logic behind it, of course, by the collectivists is that, yes, we deliberately make it unequal so that we can equalize the unfair conditions in society. So we're trying to overcome what we consider to be an unpleasant or unacceptable social condition by creating another unpleasant social condition. We're going to level it out, you see. The collectivist mind is like a social engineer. They want to fix everything, and they're going to use coercion, they're going to use law, they're going to use taxes to make everything right. And in the process, they make everything wrong. It's not just because they're not smart enough to figure out how to do everything right, but because once you give people that power, it becomes a magnet. That power becomes a magnet for the predator class. People figure out that if you give them the power to take money from some people and give it to others, then they start getting a lot of people knocking on their door, making deals or offering deals. If you'll pass this law that favors me at the expense of everybody else, I'll make a nice donation to your campaign. And so it attracts the predator class, and it corrupts even the finest people. Whenever you create a government which has that power, you are creating a government which eventually will become corrupted. No exceptions possible. And that's how it works. Equality is the essence of individualism, but in the law, inequality is the essence of collectivism. And they certainly had a lot of that in the Soviet Union. That was certainly an error of Russia, and certainly a big error of the rest of the world today. Move on, the role of private property. A lot can be said about that, but it all boils down to one thing. Private property is the only thing that allows an individual to be independent. And if an individual is not independent, then he's dependent. And if he's dependent, then who's he going to be dependent upon? Well, if all other individuals are also dependent, then the only thing left for the individual to be dependent upon is the state. So that translates out to the fact that if you deny private property to individuals, then you are guaranteeing that these individuals will be dependent upon the state for everything. They'll be dependent for their livelihood, for their food, their shelter, their clothing, their education, health care, everything. And when you are dependent upon the state for everything, or even a lot of things, you cannot participate in self-government. You are, in essence, you are the servant of the state. Now, sometimes you could take probably a whole day discussing all the ramifications of that, but that's the basic formula. Without the right to private property, you are the servant of the state. And that is why in every single collectivist regime in the world, they are the enemies of private property, because they know that that must be eliminated so that people will become subservient to the state and not have the ability to resist it. Sort of a sub-factor on this is not on my list, but since we are at a conference where the theological theme is so strong, I feel compelled to mention that there is another element here. And that is that all collectivist regimes consider religions to be the enemy. It doesn't make any difference what religion it is. You'll find that they attack or try and prohibit and destroy all religions. When the Bolsheviks came to power in Russia, they not only attacked the Christians, but they tried to destroy the religions of the Jews and the Muslims and anybody else. Because it's not just because they were atheists, but they recognized that when people have a loyalty and to something else other than the state, if they turn to something outside of the state for moral values and for answers to the big questions of life, then they tend to be independent of the state. Impossible for these people. They want the state to become the new religion. They want people to worship the state. They want the state to become the arbiters of the new morality. They want people to judge their actions as good or bad in direct proportion to the degree to which they serve the state. So this is always another element of collectivism, which you'll find without exception throughout the world. It's not on my list, but it certainly is important, especially at this conference here today. And then finally, we turn to number 6, which is the proper function or the proper role of the state. Collectivists believe that the state should be the affirmative action, the leader. The state should provide. It should provide examples. It should teach. It should be the moral and commercial leader of society. It should solve all problems, and therefore people should follow that. The state should make sure that you're well fed, make sure you're educated, make sure you're happy, make sure everything is just hunky-dory for you, and you're supposed to be grateful for it, in which case many people are. But the individualist believes that the function of the state is negative, not positive. It's defensive, not aggressive. That the whole purpose of the state, the only legitimate of the state, and let me stop there for a minute and do a sub-paragraph on that thought. What is the state? The state is the legitimate use of coercion. The state is that force which everyone by contract or agreement says, yes, you can use force For these reasons, you can use coercion, you can have laws, you can put people into prison, you can even execute them. The ultimate use of coercion. That's what the state is. And so now we say the state, the proper function of the state, therefore, which means to use coercion of all these forms, is what? Anything you want? Is it to make sure that somebody has health care? You can go kill somebody because they're not going along with a health care program? Is that it? Can you put them in prison for life because they're not going along with the health care program? No. What is it that is the basis of the legitimate use of coercion? Collectivists believe there is no basis. It's anything the majority wants, the majority rules, anything. The individualist says very serious restrictions on this force, and they are negative. They are defensive. They are to protect the life, liberty, and property of its citizens, nothing more. That is the legitimate function of coercion. Negative. Yeah, we got a few individualists here. Isn't that wonderful? Kids don't think this through. I was never exposed to these concepts in school. I think that a grade school kid, if they came face to face with these principles, would have no trouble recognizing the correct answer, but they're not exposed to them. That's the thing. So, perhaps in the application of the law, the most important distinction is what is the use of that law, or the proper role of that law. And so I'll repeat. It's negative, it's defensive, it's to protect the life, liberty, and property of its citizens. Not to provide for them, not to make them happy. Now you get into gray areas, and this is sort of another subparagraph of the main heading. You get into gray areas, unfortunately. Wouldn't it be nice if everything were black and white? Unfortunately, that's sometimes the case, but in this case, it's not. Because you get into an area like healthcare, for example. Now, do we have an obligation to protect the life of a person? Well, yes. Does that mean we should provide health care for them? One half of the brain says, well, yes, that's protecting their life, isn't it? The other half of the brain says, well, yeah, but not to the extent of forcing somebody else into involuntary servitude to provide that medical service. In other words, are we going to use coercion now against one class of people, those who have the ability to offer medical care? We're going to force them to give it, whether they want to or not, in order to save the life of another person. So we get into these areas where, oh boy, we got to go into a debate on this one, and sometimes yes and sometimes no. And so I believe, in my own mind, I struggled with this for a long time, and I believe I came up with a possible working solution with it. And that is in these gray areas, and there are many. When you're in doubt as to which way to go, always err in the direction of less government. If you have any doubt, go in that direction and you'll be safe. So now, that's a quick review of the 6 different points, and there are more. Another one that just pops into mind is that all collectivist societies have a great and glorious leader. Have you noticed? Yeah, they have a great and glorious leader, because it doesn't work so well unless you've got, Big Brother. Those of you who have read 1984 remember the big poster, Big Brother, and the television screens, and he was the great and glorious leader. And all collectivist systems have them. Mao Zedong, Stalin, Obama. Well, great and glorious leaders. Bush, I don't want to leave anybody out here. And when you find the great and glorious leader, you ought to be very, very nervous, because that means that the great and glorious leader is speaking on behalf of the group. He's speaking or attempting to speak on behalf of the nation or society, and he's telling you that you have to obey what he says because it's for the greater good of the greater number. And we're back to that one again. Collectivism in all of these 6 forms, and actually 8 that I covered, has now become the official ideology at the United Nations. I know the United Nations has been discussed several times here at this conference by my good friends Jack McManus and Bill Jasper, I believe. I saw their names on the program. Very well qualified to talk about the United Nations and the development of this thing called the New World Order. And that's what it's all about. The New World Order is nothing more or less than world government based on the model of collectivism. That's what it really is. There's nothing inherently wrong with world government. You may find that surprising for me to say that. But world government is neither good nor bad. It depends on what kind of a world government. Nobody ever asks that question. See, if world government is so good, why didn't we just let Hitler finish the job? That's what he had in mind. But we didn't like his kind of world government, did we? So we need to ask that question today when they speak about world government and putting an end to all wars and solving all problems. You know, this aggressive use of the state to solve all problems was built into the UN. We ought to ask, well, what kind of a system is it that they're building? And it's really, in substance, no different than the one advocated by Adolf Hitler or Joseph Stalin or Vladimir Ilyich Lenin or any of the other good old boys. So that's officially part of the UN, and I think people need to know that, because right now I find that even those who are aware of and concerned over the growing totalitarianism in their own regimes are not looking at the same thing that's growing, if not even ahead of the game, at the international level, at the United Nations. All those guys there are waiting for is to get the weapons to enforce their decrees. And that's what this deceptive phrase, disarmament, is all about. Disarmament is not disarmament. It's merely the transfer of armaments from national governments to the United Nations. They will have the weapons of mass destruction. It's not to get rid of the weapons of mass destruction, but just to make sure that they're all in the hands of the good old boys at the UN, so then nobody can escape. So we need to understand this about the UN, and this idea of collectivism in all of these glorious forms is being pushed daily in the Western world, in North America for sure, in the United States, and I know in Canada, under the deceptive or mysterious title of Agenda 21. Anybody here heard about Agenda 21? Well, some. You need to all know about it. It's a code phrase. It's the title of the program for collectivism, global collectivism, which was designed at the United Nations and is being implemented as we speak in every country of the world, at least where the UN has an interest in implementing it, in the more advanced nations. And it's being done under the guise of environmentalism. They're using the label of, let's be concerned about our planet Earth. Our planet Earth is being destroyed. We're losing our natural resources. Everything is going bad in the environment. We've got global warming. We've got all these things. We've got pollution. So therefore, what we need is more laws. Surprise. More laws, and especially at the international level, to regulate and control these things and take away the personal freedoms that you and I have over our own property, because we need to do it for the greater good of the greater number. We need to do it to save the world. And there's that argument, you know, the greater good of the greater number. To heck with your personal liberties and your freedoms. We're saving the world. That's all packaged under the heading of Agenda 21. If you don't know about it, learn about it quickly. And you need to be at every local town hall meeting, every county meeting. You've got to stand there and expose this Agenda 21 for exactly what it is, which is an assault against private property, and eventually it is the cutting edge of bringing the total collectivist package into all of the nations of the world, and it's being coordinated at the United Nations. Well, not too bad. I can take a breath and reach to my conclusion now. My conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, is that the errors of Russia are the errors of collectivism. And indeed, they already have spread throughout the entire world. This is a very important topic, I believe, because if we wish to correct those errors, we had better be very clear as to what they really are. Because it makes no sense for us to pray for deliverance from them in the morning and then in the afternoon go to the polls and vote for them. And that's my message. Those are my thoughts today on the errors of Russia, and thank you for listening.